Ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this conversation, and we are glad that we can be in such a space to exchange knowledge and have a great time of knowledge sharing. My name is Christine Mbabazi Mpyangu. I'll be our MC for this afternoon, and it's my pleasure to welcome us. And I hope that you can feel comfortable where you are, and even our online audience. We recognize you, we appreciate you, and would like to say you're very welcome. Welcome to an afternoon of knowledge sharing, to an afternoon of knowledge production, reflection, and conversation. In Africa, we are very conversational, so it's exciting that we can be here and experience an atmosphere of learning and sharing. So I invite you to a curiosity session. I invite you to an open-minded session, and encourage you to participate actively, but also to enjoy and reflect. At this moment, I'd like to request that we stand up for prayer and for the anthems.
Singing, arise, my mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thank you very much, Performing Arts and Film Department. And I'll now proceed to say the prayer, and then we shall take our seats. Those coming in, please calmly take your seats, and you're very welcome. Let's pray. Almighty Father, to whom all life and power and wisdom belong, we want to thank you for this afternoon. We come in total submission of your sovereignty. And as we sit in this conference room to share knowledge, to understand realities related to African and our being African and our heritage, Lord, we pray that we will be at peace. We will have a great learning session. We pray for respect of this environment where we are, and we are so glad that we are gathered here. We'll thank you for the capacity to have conversation, and we pray that this will be one among the many others that we look forward to. We thank you for our main speakers and who are going to lead the conversation. We ask that they will have a great time of sharing. We ask that you come and be with us, and in your mighty name we pray. Amen. Amen. A very warm welcome once again, and this afternoon is very exciting because the organizing unit, the organizing academic unit for this session is the Department of Philosophy. And I think you want to clap for them. The Department of Philosophy belongs to the School of Liberal and Performing Arts, and the sister departments include Religion and Peace Studies, include History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies. We also have Performing Arts and Film. Yes, so the School of Liberal and Performing Arts is well represented here, and would like to appreciate the organizing unit, and the head of the Department of Philosophy is in the house. He will be greeting us shortly. I'd like to add that the School of Liberal and Performing Arts belongs to the great College of Humanities and Social Sciences. The principal is online, and we are excited to know that she's with us. And the dean of the School of Liberal and Performing Arts is also in the house, and she will be making her remarks and welcome you and make you feel very comfortable here. What excites me about this afternoon is that the School of Liberal and Performing Arts in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences is having a moment of celebrating knowledge in the conference room that is at the College of Art, Design, and Technology. So basically we are in science space. So it's a great afternoon with very good weather. I hope that you can have a great moment here. We celebrate Dr. Milton Wabiona for bringing us the beautiful voices, leading us in the anthems. And we are glad that we can do this. So this afternoon, the public dialogue is on the theme, traditional spirituality, herbal medicine, witchcraft, and questions of truth. Towards the end of last year, we had a student that defended a doctoral thesis on Uroi contesting its legislation in Zimbabwe. So Uroi was basically witchcraft that was being contested because of having it legislated. And I will not do anything more about the theme because the owner of the thesis could be online actually. So, but I wanted to remind you that such as these realities, including witchcraft, divination, and all these things that sometimes we grapple with, and some people are occupied with a question of, should I do herbal medicine? Should I go to the clinic and get, so it's a choice issue. We have issues of choice here. We have issues of contemplating, of questioning, of meaning, of belonging, so there's so much today that is packed within this theme. At some point, I felt it is so packed. I felt that today we could have just done African spirituality and herbal medicine, but I know that even when we had that PhD defense, because of the bit of witchcraft, people were so many online. So you can understand why I think it is taking an important moment for us to reflect, because it seems very many people would like to understand what is it about witchcraft and the questions of truth. What do we know? How do we know what we know? How do we even say that we know this? And all those things of meaning, knowledge, we are going to have more of these made very light for us, because the speakers are all seasoned. So today we have an opportunity to have a philosopher engage an African herbalist, but also a scientist, because he's a dental surgeon. So we are going to have an experience here, and you know that when we talk about the philosopher who is going to engage the dental surgeon, who is also an African herbalist, I think we've ended up in a space that will captivate us, that will cause us to have value for our time. And I would like also to talk about the importance of conversation. Now, those who know me, Christine, those who know me, they know that I love conversation. So I'm in a very safe space. I love conversation with children. I love conversation with adults, with elders, because I know conversations make it safer, make it easier. So it's going to be a very light moment, but packed and intense with learning. So I'd like to recognize if any among us are students. If you're a student, please put up your hand. We just want to celebrate your presence. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in your various courses. It could be that you're at undergraduate, postgraduate. We celebrate your time here because it's exams set off yesterday, and we know that every minute counts, but you have come to a place whereby that essay will be better written. I am telling you, by the time you're done with this session, you will write even better, because philosophy is in the house. Many of us coming from, all of us here, from what I can see, I'm not seeing other, representation of people from different, cultures, but many of us coming from the African backgrounds, we do have so many things to resonate with, and some are really questions, and this is a good place for us to be today, and we are going to have this conversation, but also we have an opportunity to engage with questions and answers. So we will want to make this reflection also very contextual. For instance, some of us growing up, we were told that when the colonialists came, and in some of their tools, of course, included civilization, Christianity, and then all the trade, the commerce. So we talk about the 3 C's, civilization, commerce, and Christianity. So we were told that they had a problem with understanding our cultures. For example, someone might have said something is barbaric, primitive, partly because it was not well understood. So this, of course, brought a knowledge issue. And I think the speakers are going to take us there, especially the philosopher would like to dig into the issue of knowledge and the epistemic taboos. Those things we don't touch, we don't want even to question them, but also we've been forced to dichotomize our lives. This is okay, this is not, this is sacred, this is, what is the opposite of sacred? This is secular, this is holy, this is unholy. So we need to get these things. And the philosopher, religious studies expert, John Samuel Mbiti, who passed on the 6th of October 2019, he would have been very happy to be here today to take part in this, because he was one of those that earlier on wanted to make himself clear about understanding African heritage and African philosophy and religion. So I would like to say that as I speak, it's an invitation for us to know that the dialogue just wants to make a contribution to bring to the center, to recenter some of the things that have been pushed on the periphery by others. So the otherness and the we-ness, the us, we need to get this excited. We need to get it in place together. And so that is my stand. And I'm open to learning this afternoon. And I would like to say you're very welcome. I'll return to make a few other moments of recognizing other people that are with us. But in the room, I know that all of us are here for a conversation. So you're very, very welcome once again for this conversation. As I speak, I don't know if you can guess, I mentioned several departments, but I belong to the Department of Religion and Peace Studies. I'm a scientist of religion, but I get the art salary. I get the art salary, but I'm a scientist of religion, so I'm occupied with what religion is doing to us on a daily and in different contexts. I've had the privilege of traveling in other contexts, and I know that some of the things we reckon with, they do reckon with them, and we shall share more. I would like also to mention that myself, as a religious studies scholar, my work is on rituals. So I'm occupied also with rituals, and I do study especially the rituals among the Acholi. So it's exciting, and at this moment, allow me invite the head of the Department of Philosophy, Dr. Dickson Kanakulia, to come and make some remarks and also welcome you in a philosophical way.
Good afternoon, everyone. By the time I checked, the Zoom link was almost full before we started. And we were looking for ways how to put the overflow to another link. And I hope we have succeeded to put some of them on YouTube. So if you're online, please inform our members that they can use the YouTube link so that the overflow can go on that side. Once again, we are welcome. And I want to repeat what Dr. Milton said. E Makerere oye. E Makerere oye. Ra. Ra. Ah. Cha. That is Makerere. Makerere is not fearful to explore all aspects of knowledge. That's what has made this institution, because we ask the questions. And philosophy, in the whole of Uganda, Makerere was the first to start, actually in the whole of East Africa, to start a philosophy department. And philosophy asks the tough questions. Philosophers are not fearful to ask what society fears to ask. So this dialogue is arranged in that format. One of the strategic goals of Makerere is to be a leader in knowledge creation. And knowledge creation means that we explore the frontiers of knowledge. The areas where we are forbidden to go, we go there. And that is the spirit within which this dialogue has been arranged. Now, recently, we are all aware that the Pope has died recently, and some have been following online. I like the fact that our MC, Dr. Christine, talked about, he's an expert in rituals. Some of you have seen the rituals that were carried out. I want to compare that ritual with the burial of the Omutaka of one of the clans in Uganda. He was buried in over 200 bark cloths and in a graveyard, or a grave which was, if I don't remember, I've forgotten, which was deeper than the normal graves. Those are all rituals of burial. But some people want to tell us that the other rituals are superior to these ones, so that we should keep quiet and not talk about these ones. What are rituals? What do they mean? Why do we go through those elaborate rituals? Why do we have those colors? Dr. Yahaya will tell us. Why do people who engage in witchcraft put on skins of leopards? Why are they scaring us? Why do people, these popes and cardinals, put on very bright red? What is the message? What is going on? What is the psychoanalytic meaning of these things? These are questions we don't usually ask, but we are going to get time and raise them in this platform. There is a philosopher known as Richard Rorty. Richard Rorty, R-O-R-T-Y. You can go and look at him. He said, science is not different from witchcraft. The scientific method is the same as witchcraft. Now, there's not a time for us to get into philosophical analysis here right now, but if you have time, go and read about him and what he raised about what they call the scientific method. Now, I want to mention this before I invite my dean to give our opening remarks. One of the key events that just happened recently is what they call the COVID pandemic or plandemic, whatever you want to call it. COVID-19 raised a very serious question, although some people want to brush the issues away. They are not going away. As Africans, we are historians by creation, by nature. We don't forget. COVID-19 raised a serious question. Does the scientific method work? We were told that we can rely on vaccines. But the truth is that we didn't have vaccines, we didn't have any method. We all hid ourselves in our caves. Even the most prominent Dr. Yahaya who is here, the most prominent Dr. Spire who is here, we are all locked up like scared rabbits. Scared of what? Now the story is being unraveled. It is coming out. What was actually going on? Some Africans decided to come up with certain solutions. Remember, the so-called scientific world led by the WHO had no answers for us. I know there are professors here and online of science and biotechnology and all those tough, scary words. They had no answers. Some even died. And some people came up with herbal remedies. One of them is Professor Ogwang. You have heard of him. He came up with what they call Covidex. I would like some scientists here to do a research on how Covidex rescued lives. We haven't done that research. He says in the story, before I came here, I watched his interview, he said that he watched his mother when he was still young. The mother used to give them herbal concoction. I don't know why they use the word concoctions. Let's call it herbal medicine. Then one of his friends was very sick during the COVID pandemic. He said, let us try. The doctors in the hospital had failed. He got his extract. He had tried to do research on it when he was at Makerere here, and they discouraged him, but he finally he was doing research on sickle cells, and he used it, and his friend revived. As we speak now, Covidex is a recognized medicine and passed by the Ugandan National Bureau of what? Standards. Let's think again as Africans. What is the scientific method? What is traditional herbal medicine? At my master's, I did research on traditional medicine. I was doing the moral aspect of it, and I found out that 40% and more, that is what I could do within 2 years, but I think it might be 60% and above of the modern medicine we are using, pharmaceuticals, come from herbal, traditional, or indigenous herbal knowledge, medicinal knowledge. They extract a component from omluluza, and they go and package it well, and they tell you the other one is better than this one. Let me ask a question. Which is better? The one is directly made by God, the one made by man? You don't have to answer that question. You have to think about this. Evening is an evening of pondering, questioning, a philosophical evening. So philosophy asks the uncomfortable questions. We ask questions that are logical, metaphysical, moral, epistemological, and governance related. In our department, you find a program on human rights. We ask questions of human rights. One of the key rights we have in our constitution is a right to health. 80% of Africans rely on herbal medicine. If the government has realized the right to health, herbal medicine has to be mainstreamed. But we are always told that herbal medicine is, as Christian said, unholy. Who decides what is holy, what is not holy? Going back to the question of witchcraft, during the colonial era, in Uganda, we still have a law called the Witchcraft Act. It forbids people from practicing witchcraft. Up to now, we don't have a clear definition of what witchcraft is. What is witchcraft? Dr. Yahaya is going to be facing these questions and is going to be giving us epistemological answers to this question. In the face of key thinkers of our last century, like Albert Einstein, he developed a theory of relativity. And this theory of relativity has generated a new field of study, which is known as quantum physics. And quantum physics is questioning the way we know reality. The first person to raise this matter was a philosopher known as Descartes. Descartes asked the question, what is reality? You may not be sure where you are. Are you awake right now or dreaming? Are you awake or asleep? Remember one time you dreamt when you are eating food and the food was sweet in the dream. You dreamt when you are getting married and the marriage was real. I heard a story of a lady who went to a man and said, I dreamt when you are my husband. And yet the man was already married to another woman. She insisted for 3 years, you are my husband. Dreams are real. You may be asleep and you are not aware. You may be dreaming and you are not aware. Descartes says, ask questions because you may not be sure what is going on. Some of you think you are in love. You may wake up when you have never been in love. That's what they call heartbreak, isn't it? You must ask the tough questions in order to live life meaningfully. There is another thing I want to really raise before I leave the podium. There's what they call medical colonialism. Medical colonialism is colonialism by another means. Your health is being determined by some researcher who is in a laboratory at Johns Hopkins Hospital or university, is studying about your DNA. They have a store for African DNA. They have mapped our DNA. And they are making medicine suitable for your DNA, for your African genes. And you think that you are free because you got a flag up there on Kololo airstrip. Every October, you go there and salute the flag, while someone is determining your life and your future. Right now, I was talking with a colleague before I came here, getting some notes to talk about, and he told me statistics shows that more Africans are dying before 30 years. And other non-communicable diseases have increased, like diabetes, heart disease, pressure, name them, they have increased. Diseases that were not there in Africa before the last century, they were very rare to come across. The question is, what is going on? Do we have African thinkers and researchers who can provide solutions? This is one of the questions we're trying to answer here. What is the truth about what is happening to our health? Finally, the question of witchcraft and quantum mechanics raises a very serious technological question. In traditional Africa, they can summon your soul to appear in a basin of water. Some people can put water in a basin and they call you and you appear and you speak there. But even right now on your phone, you can summon someone to speak there on the phone. Which one is witchcraft? Which one is technology? The answer to that question determines what you believe in. Because it may be, according to quantum mechanics, the cells or the molecules we have are always in a state of flux. They're always getting information from sound and light and waves around us. You remember the saying that walls have ears? So if you commit a crime somewhere, in a house or under a tree or under a rock, 2 months after, they send a traditional African scientist and he talks to that stone. Tell us, stone, who committed the crime. The stone gives him information. Then they trace the killer. Today, quantum mechanics tells us that the cells or the molecules around you are receiving all the information around you. So today, with the so-called advanced technology, they can do investigation, crime experts. If you commit a crime in a certain area, they can do investigation and find your DNA there and trace who committed the crime. Which one is witchcraft? Which one is technology? This is a question we are trying to answer today. And we invite you, as a Department of Philosophy, to raise these questions and open your mind. Because the question of so-called witchcraft is not only in Africa. All over the world, they are raising questions of cultic groups. You have heard of them, like the Illuminati. Maybe some people here are members. Don't think witchcraft is only here. It is all over. Witchcraft is a reality. There's even witchcraft in the church. We are told pastors are using witchcraft to make miracles. There's witchcraft in the market. Do you know why you bought the mango you bought? Do you know why you always go to that restaurant every other day? Do you know why you fell in love with that woman? Then you wake up in the morning and say, who brought you here? These are questions that are epistemological in nature. How do we know what we know? Do you think that you know or you don't know? In philosophy, we keep an open mind because knowledge is always changing. But the time when they discovered electricity, it was called witchcraft. They even killed the people who discovered it. But now, it is what we're using now. So, with those few remarks, or those many remarks, I'm going to invite our dean to give our opening remarks. As the MC mentioned, the college principal is online. She'll be giving her closing remarks at the end. And we welcome everyone, and welcome all that are here and those that are online. Welcome the dean together with me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I might take this very singular honor to welcome all of you here physically present and our very large audience online. We are happy that you've made time to join us for this conversation today, and we do not take your turn up for granted. We are very, very grateful. As I've been introduced, my name is Pamela Hanakwa. I am a senior lecturer in the Department of History Archaeology and Heritage Studies, and I'm here to celebrate our heritage today. I am a dean of the School of Liberal and Performing Arts, and as the name of the school suggests, we are people of liberal minds, and we want to talk. We love to have conversations, and we're really looking forward to today's conversations. Before I make my remarks, I would like, in a very special way, to thank our dear principal, Professor Helen Nkabala, who is not here with us, but she's joined online because she traveled, she's out of the country. I really would like to thank her for the support that she granted us in ensuring that we get space and we have this dialogue today. In the same spirit, I would like to thank the Makerere University management again for granting us this space, because we all work here, but we don't own the space. So you cannot use any space here without permission of the university authorities. I really would like to thank the university management through the Office of the DVC Finance and Administration, who is in charge of space at Makerere. We don't take that for granted. And of course, I'd like to honor our two speakers, the reason that we are here today. So today we are speaking questions of truth, and we are speaking decolonization. The public dialogue that we have today seeks to interrogate the little understood and often commingled notions of traditional African spirituality, herbal medicine, and witchcraft. Sometimes we can't draw the boundaries. When is it witchcraft? When is it healing? When is it one thing or the other? And I hope that by joining into this conversation today, by the time we get to the end, we shall have answers to some of the things. Now, as my colleagues have already mentioned, in many African settings, of course, colonial authorities distorted the position of African realities and pushed us at the peripheral. And so what happened is that what was African, what were African practices, African indigenous knowledge was sort of pushed aside, labeled barbaric, primitive, demonic, evil. You can think about all those words. And in the process, of course, the notions of Western belief system or Western biomedicine were brought to the center. So we're meant to look back, look down on our African practices as we embrace what comes from the West, because that is what we see as benign, that is what we see as good, that is what we see as progress. And so what happened then is that you have this division, which is scaled down to division of science and non-science. And so the question perhaps that one would ask is witchcraft science, or is it an art? I had a colleague from, I think, the College of Veterinary Medicine that they say they don't want to do anything with their colleagues in humanities and social sciences because of the witchcraft there. And, and so I'm thinking, how about if what we consider witchcraft is actually science, which has not yet been unlocked? Most of us have had stories of people who mend bones. You break your bone, and you're told that there's somebody who is actually helping mend your bone. And you do not necessarily have to be in contact with this person physically. But I'm told that the person could be in Masaka, you are in Kampala, and if it is 6 a.m., you with a broken bone will feel the pain while the other person is doing their work. So how do we explain that? I mean, I could go on and on and on and raise several other things, but time is not on my side. And clearly, because the colonial authorities wanted to demonize what was African, they went ahead and put in place legislations that were intended to control and stifle African indigenous knowledge and ideas. So in the case of Zimbabwe, as our MC mentioned, in 1899, they passed what they called the Witchcraft Suppression Act. And one of our PhD students has done a lot of work on that. And then, of course, in Uganda, we had the Witchcraft Act, which was enacted in 1957. And the purpose of this act was to criminalize, and you read that, criminalize, to criminalize certain aspects of traditional religious practices. So the law, in the case of Uganda, defines witchcraft by exclusion, meaning that it does not include bona fide spirit worship or bona fide manufacture or supply of native medicines. So again, I hope that our conversation today can push us to talk about these different things. And so our dialogue today serves as a modest contribution in bringing forward these conversations in a spirit of both understanding and very critical epistemic appraisal. And we are saying, why should we fear these conversations? And so we are trying to push against the fear of unknown. Let's know what is there that perhaps we don't know. So again, I wish all of us the best and really look forward to this discussion. It seems to me that the room is getting small, but in an African house, there's always space for one more. So there will be ways that we'll still be able to fit anyway. You can't lock people outside the house when it's raining because you claim there's no space in the house. In an African's house, there's always space for one more. So with those remarks, I would now like to take my very singular honor to invite and introduce our speakers this afternoon. I know that we are getting impatient because those of us, we get here and we enjoy the podium and we don't want to leave. But I would now like to take us to the real business that has brought us here today. And I would like to invite Dr. Yahaya Ssekagya and Dr. Jimmy Spire Ssentongo to come and take up your seats at the podium. And as they do that, I will go ahead and begin to introduce them anyway. Dr. Ssekagya is a traditionalist from Buganda Kingdom, premier of the Namuyonjo Chiefdom, and the researcher in African spirituality, traditional medicine, and healthcare. He has been a traditional healer by calling since 1978. I don't know how many of us were born by that time. He holds a certificate in project planning and management, a diploma in law, a medical degree in dental surgery, a master of public health, and a PhD in medicine. Dr. Ssekagya Dr. Ssekagya is the director of Prometra Uganda, it's an NGO, and founder and lecturer at Dr. Ssekagya Institute of Traditional Medicine. He has served as a board member. On the National Drug Authority of Uganda, Prometra International, the International Indigenous HIV and AIDS community based in Canada, Traditional and Modern Health Practitioners Against HIV, THETA, National Integrated Forum for Traditional Health Practitioners in Uganda. He is a traditional health care spiritualist with a significant interest in promoting medical traditions in their totalities. Dr. Ssekagya has done consultancies for the World Intellectual Property Organization and World Health Organization, African region, and concern worldwide relating to collaboration, protection, and promotion of traditional medicine knowledge. His PhD, for those who missed the defense online, his PhD was titled Philosophical Basis of Healthcare Among Baganda Traditional Spiritual Healers in Central Uganda. And it attracted a lot of attention when it was defended. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Dr. Ssekagya. Okay, I would now like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Jimmy Spire Ssentongo. Who doesn't know him? Okay, Dr. Jimmy Spire Ssentongo is a senior lecturer in the Department of Philosophy, Makerere University, where he specializes in ethics and identity studies. He has authored several books, including What Died When We Lived, that just came out a few days ago, Living with Others, What I Saw When I Died, Quarantined, Uncomfortable Laughter, and Inquiry into a Withering Heritage. He has also edited scholarly book volumes and published several journal articles and book chapters. Previously, he served as an associate professor of ethics and identity studies, associate dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, associate dean in charge of research and publications at the School of Postgraduate Studies and Research, and founding chair of the Center of African Studies at Uganda Matters University. With a strong belief that academics should be actively engaged in their communities, he has been an editorial cartoonist and columnist for the Observer newspaper since 2006. It is by the same conviction and in line with his academic specialization that he engages in activism for justice. He is a recipient of several national and global awards in recognition of his activism. In 2021, he received the Janzi Award for Outstanding Cartoonist from the government of Uganda and was also nominated the Outstanding Nonfiction Writer. In 2023, he was awarded the Civil Liberties Award by Chapter 4 Uganda and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I would clap to that if I had 10 hands. In the same year, he also received the Human Rights Defender of the Year 2023 award from the Coalition of Human Rights Defenders in Uganda. In 2024, he was awarded by the European Union delegation in Uganda as the Human Rights Defender for the year 2024. In the same year, he received the Global Anti-Corruption Champions Award from the US Department of State. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Jimmy Spire Ssentongo. Okay. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over back to the MC. I've done my part of the assignment, and the MC will give us direction here. And we're looking forward. I hope that you enjoy the dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my dear Dean, Dr. Pamela Kanakwa. I'm very grateful that you have given our speakers the profiling that is deserved of them at this hour. I'd like to recognize a few people very, very briefly so that then we can be able to continue as our speakers are completely set. Allow me to recognize retired Justice Stephen Kavma for joining us in this conversation. We honor you, sir, and we celebrate the fact that you have made time to be here. You're welcome. Allow me also welcome Dr. Deus Kamunyu Muhwezi, who is a member of the Makerere University Council. Thank you, Dr. Kamunyu, for coming to be with us and participate in this conversation. I'd like also to welcome and recognize Professor Rukoko Achenjo Vyaruhanga, one of our elders in the Department of Philosophy. He's a mentor to many, and we celebrate his time and effort to be with us. I want to recognize and celebrate colleagues, students from sister universities. Please, if you're here, stand up for recognition. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. This is what the gates of Makerere should do. Open wide and let us dine together. So I would like also to make one little housekeeping announcement. So if you feel pressed and you'd like to run out of the conversation briefly, you'll take the exit and then face upwards. So on the left, you maintain the left hand, and there will be a space for your convenience. Thank you. And at this moment, I'd like now to allow us to have a great time for why we left everything else to be here. Dr. Spire will engage Dr. Ssekagya. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mbabazi. Once again, I welcome you and I thank you for coming. Dr. Ssekagya, did you do anything considering the numbers online and in the room? Did you do anything before you came? Well, you don't have to. You don't have to answer to that, but maybe that could be the first demonstration of your powers. Without, of course, surrendering my powers to you, it could have been because of my powers. Yeah, but having said that, I'm really happy that we are able to have this conversation here today and that you have turned up in large numbers. Unfortunately, there were some words going about with a convention on witchcraft and all that, and it reminded me of a certain, if you've heard of Harriet Truman, I think her other name is Truman. She was an anti-slave activist, anti-slavery activist. She was a slave at one time, escaped, and then started on the work of trying to free other slaves. Yes, she says that she freed 1,000 slaves and that she would have been able to free 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. The conversation that has been going on about this event, and which even what we have been hearing before when such events are happening, such conversations show us partly what is wrong with our society. Not wrong in terms of not appreciating witchcraft or traditional African spirituality, but the way we pull out all the anger when there is something to discuss something African. Yet we are willing to receive anything else and discuss it peacefully. If this was about Buddhism, there wouldn't be any resistance. If it was about Confucianism, it would go on peacefully. If it was about any other world religion, maybe there wouldn't be any resistance. But when it comes to something African, there is a way in which we are being othered and alienated from ourselves, which continues long even after the occupational colonialism, that we continue to keep ourselves within the prison. And as they say, the worst prison is the prison in the mind. The other prison can be engaged, the other one, the physical structures, Kitalia, Ruzira, but if your prison is in the mind, I think that is the worst. And as the head of department said, Dr. Kanakulia, coming from the Department of Philosophy, as someone from the background of philosophy, our greatest work is to question. What philosophy does is to open all confines of questioning. We can question anything, we have the liberty, not in the sense that we want to believe everything. One of the reasons why Africa was colonized in some places with relative ease is because these people did their homework in trying to understand us. When you read those early books of explorers, you see the depth, the attention they put in studying us, the anthropological work, going into fine details. Why do these people do this? Why do they do that? What's the meaning of this? Many of the books on witchcraft that we refer to today are written by white people. So why would white people come here, try to understand our things better than us, and use them actually to control us? You don't have to be a believer in witchcraft or traditional spirituality for you to question it. for you to try to understand it. The same way we study HIV/AIDS. When you're studying HIV, doesn't mean you want to promote HIV. Even if you want to promote it, but that's something else. When you're studying crime, that is a different thing from promoting crime. But on the other hand, Uganda is a secular country, which I think should have room for all of us. We can disagree without being very intolerant, especially where the disagreement is not a violent one. So it is that spirit that led to the conversation, but also the voices that we had in the background. But having said that, I want to first of all add my voice to that of the Dean in appreciating the university management for having seen that the main hall was not big enough for us and allowed us an alternative venue which can accommodate us quite well. Yeah, we don't take that for granted. We really appreciate. Yeah. Away from that, now we can go into the real conversation. Now, I've met Dr. Ssekagya before, once at a conference, but I had heard of him. At that conference, I asked him one question, which he answered, but the answer he gave and the answers to several other questions that were asked made me really feel that there is a lot we don't know about this stuff, that there is a lot we take for granted, which it would have been better if we understood. Whether you agree with them or not, understanding, I found it to be really important. That's why I reached out to him and asked if we could have this conversation, and he was kind enough to accept. Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Ssekagya. Yeah, now Dr. Ssekagya, to start, you could switch on your microphone. So you go through all your education. You excel at King's College Budo. I read somewhere that you are among the best in your year as senior 6.
Senior 4.
Rather senior 4. You continue and you say that you had to pursue your dream in dental surgery. You finish your degree in dental surgery and you go to shrines to practice. What motivated that?
Thank you very much. You are all welcome. And initially, I would like to pay tribute to our ancestors. You see, there is time when you don't believe in what you are. We are what we are because our ancestors existed. We are here at the university because some ancestors did some work to this university. They are all dead now. But we can't say because they are dead, then what they did is wrong. We must pay tribute to that. And before I answer your question, if you would allow me, I would like to introduce one person. And why I would like to introduce this elderly lady is because she has trained me in spirituality. We interacted in 2003. We have argued a lot. I went as somebody who thought I had a lot of good logic. And my initial interaction was to challenge her. And during the challenges I gave towards her is when she really proved it to me that I'm ignorant. And I would like really to acknowledge that, Madam Nangendo Kasenene, I wish you could stand up. That lady has battled with me because I have been a very stubborn student. She has trained me a lot. She has guided me to others who can train me more. And it's more than 23 years I haven't qualified to be independent of her. So I don't know when you release me, madam. The question was, why did I go to spirituality after I had acquired a lot of knowledge, especially in science and medicine? If it was my personal opinion to decide where to go, possibly I would have answered it better. But I found that the designers of my journey are away from me. I'm not the designer of my itinerary on what to study. And indeed, I started as a healer with the ability to know as a child. So what came second was to go to the university to acquire knowledge, which I ably acquired. But at the end, when I compared the ability to know and the knowledge, I got the difference. And that's what prompted me to go and learn more how to know. So I went to shrines to learn how to know, not necessarily to acquire knowledge. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Makes philosophical sense. Makes a lot of philosophical sense, because even in philosophy we emphasize that the most important thing is for one to know that they don't know. You will keep seeking for more knowledge. But you say that you went to learn how to know. But why choose after dental surgery not to practice? I don't know whether you even practiced, and go into searching to learn how to know.
Dental surgery or medicine is really a great profession, but very small. Even Western medicine, which we study, which I think I'm competent to say, is great, but small. There is a greater knowledge somewhere. And my effort was to go towards the greater aspect of knowing. Knowledge, you first determine the parameters. You set the limits, and then you say what fits here in this limit is what I want. And that becomes the knowledge, and that becomes you. So in science, even in the lab, you set the machine to use, the ingredients to use, and then out of that, you anticipate results. It either agrees your anticipation of those results or it fails. And we think that is science. To me, I think that's not science. the way science is currently described, I feel I urge you. And if we have the time to continue, I'll disagree. I'll give my disagreement on how we define science.
Do you have your own definition? I think it would be nice to hear that. If you disagree with the conventional one, what do you take it to mean?
You would help me initially we would get it from the audience for them to help us in what they think science is, such that I can give my view over that.
Dr. Ssekagya is a very wise man. He has thrown it back. So what is science, so that he can give his own definition? But I think to disagree with something, you have to first understand it, or you have to know what it is. So I just wanted to hear what it is that you disagree with.
No, it's
otherwise,
not.
I might give my own definition, which is not what you disagree with.
It is, yes, that's true. But to disagree is to know the limit of what you are disagreeing with. And then you find that what you propose is bigger than what it is. Because, for example, science actually follows a certain logic. So science is a logical deduction of whatever we do. But we know that logic is not always right. Whatever is logical is not necessarily true. Is it so? So if you agree with that whatever is logical is not necessarily true, and yet science must be logical, which means whatever is logical is not necessarily true, reflects that science might not be true at times. Are we together?
All right. We don't have to be together, but we can continue. Yes, partly the challenge is that I'm alone, and I'm not sure if you're alone. But anyway, Dr. Ssekagya, maybe we start from the basics and we get back to that question. I think part of the problem is the conflation of the different concepts. Spiritual healing or traditional spirituality, African or herbal medicine, and witchcraft. Maybe we start with you trying to explain to us the distinction between those, because many of us, even the hesitations that we had towards this talk, is because we don't know the lines. The moment you mention herbal medicine, one immediately thinks of witchcraft. You mention spiritual healing, the mind goes to something else. I know that they are interrelated, or they might be interrelated, but could you try to give us some explanation with precision how these are different?
If you'd allow me, I begin with what is smallest. Herbal medicine. Herbal medicine is different from traditional herbal medicine. Herbal medicine is smaller than traditional herbal medicine. Herbal medicine, we are looking at the phytochemical compounds within the plant that could be responsible for the physiological changes within the body when you swallow, you take it, you bathe it, you smell it, or even when you look at it. That's herbal medicine. There must be an active ingredient within that plant, animal part, or mineral that is thought to be responsible for the physiological changes that take place in your body. Now, that's how narrow herbal medicine is. It is thinking of an active substance within the material. Now, I am a scientist, and I know as scientists in medicine, and I did my PhD in the Department of Pharmacy, an active substance, to me, is a false notion. To think that the physiological changes in the body occur because of ingestion of an active substance. I know I have had a lot of contention about that with my professor. By the way, my PhD was sponsored by a program led by Dr. Ogwang, Professor Ogwang of COVIDX. And much of our interest was always that much as there is an active substance, which I don't dispute, there is more to that. And my argument has always been, and is still insisting, that you don't need to take in the medicine for the physiological changes to occur. And in traditional herbal medicine, you can just wrap the medicine, the twig of a tree around here. If it is for headache, motasu kakubo, you wrap it here, and this headache will subside. So, what active substance will you have taken in? What active substance will you have ingested in any other way? Because even if you weighed that twig of the tree, you put it on a scale before you put it here, you take its weight, and you take the weight after it has served you and your headache has subsided, you take the weight, it will still be the same. But it will have had a therapeutic effect on you. So the notion of an active substance, to me, is a bit euphoric. Also, we have some medicines. You just need to okuribuka, just step it. Eat 9 times, and you go. There you are. And it will work. So, what active substance will you have taken into?
We will come back to discuss the method in that, but you can continue.
So now, traditional herbal medicine is broader. There is much more to the plant, within the plant, or a natural substance that we are using in healing to change the physiology positively or negatively in the body. So now, let us now go to
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft. I would like to go to witchcraft last because it is my good subject. Allow me to go to spirituality. We have spirituality is seen or defined from your own background. The understanding, the conceptualizing of spirituality is based on your background. And we have different backgrounds, very different backgrounds. So with those backgrounds, we cannot then agree on spirituality. Are we together? And then the current definitions we have about spirituality is still a consensus, global consensus on spirituality. So, is always a consensus? Does what you concede to form together become true? No, it becomes convenient. It becomes agreeable. It takes away the aspect of truth in it. But it is agreeable, acceptable, convenient, not necessarily true. So, the current definitions we see about spirituality are a consensus. But I agree very well with the way spirituality is expressed when we talk of African spirituality. Because to me, that is more comprehensive to us and relevant. Whereby, and it's also somehow embraced in the definition of traditional medicine. Because I like the definition of traditional medicine, if I can. Traditional medicine. This technology, I don't know.
Yes, this is witchcraft.
Yeah. Where? Okay. Hey. Yes, that definition of traditional medicine, total sum. In normal cases, sum is total. So when it is used as total sum, we shall understand more why it is that. Knowledge, skills, and practices. But what I'm interested there, whether you can explain them or not. So, I'm here with the interest of what we can't explain. Provided you are using them in treatment, improvement, treatment of physical, mental illnesses. I just want to look at that illness. Not diseases. Within traditional medicine definition, it is illnesses, not diseases.
Dr. Ssekagya, I'll come to that, the distinction you make between disease and illness.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let us go to witchcraft. If I could switch off that. Now, to me, witchcraft is one of the most interesting aspects for all of us here.
You can see when those who are dozing have woken up. Yeah?
Yes. Because witchcraft, my understanding of witchcraft, I even become proud and happy when you say, I'm a witch. Why? Because at least you acknowledge something about me. Witchcraft is not an African word. Witchcraft is a word that started way back during the first pandemic in Europe. It occurred, was it in the 8th century, somewhere there? Then in the second pandemic, that's when the witch became very, very strong word. When they thought the cause of death was due to some elderly, knowledgeable people. During the second pandemic, more than 3/4 of the population died of unknown diseases of unknown origin, or illnesses of unknown origin. And it became acceptable that it was because of witchcraft. And these poor ladies who were trying to really bring help, like we had the pandemic of COVID. These people who are trying to bring in something, solace, to help, when patients would get some kind of help, then they would say, you know the cause. If you can help, then you know the source. So that's when witch hunting started in Europe. By that time, the word witchcraft had not existed. And they were looking for wise people, especially women, which is actually, in the beginning of the word, relates to female. Male were called wizards, not witch. They are wizards. Female are witches. So when now, and during the second pandemic, many people in Europe came to Africa. Before they came back as explorers, the documented exploration aspect became later. But because of that pandemic, they came to Africa. And during that time, those people experienced supernatural powers within Africa. And the people who had supernatural abilities, gifts, were labeled wise people. And that, by that time, the word witch hadn't come. Witchcraft, the word witchcraft came with exploration. Because when those people went back, they explained about Africa, its riches, and all other things. But it was towards the end of the 17th century, I think, when the cause of, by then I think it was cholera, which was causing death, which caused the death of many people during the second pandemic, it was later described that actually it was a pathological issue, a bacteria, virus, and all of those. Then science came in to say it is not witchcraft, it is because of these pathogens. Are we together? Now, when science proved that it is cholera responsible for the death, we have legal experts here. Those many lives that were killed because of a wrong belief, who do we sue? Because many lives were killed because they thought it was witchcraft. Time comes, after many years, it is proved, it is scientific. The cause of disease is not witchcraft, it is pathogens. Are we together? Now, imagine how ignorance led to death of many people, those who were witch hunted. Now, those people in Europe understood that aspect, now that witchcraft is not the cause of death. But they packaged it nicely and brought it in objectively to weaken us. Now, as a tool, a colonization tool, to weaken us. When they had understood that witchcraft was not the cause of death, but now they have also been told by those who had come to Africa that actually Africans have supernatural abilities. And so during colonization or conquest, the word witchcraft was used as a tool to weaken our system, to use us to fight ourselves. And indeed, it is criminal. But if now, us, the intellectuals here, still use the borrowed word, conveniently packaged to us, exported to us, we ignorantly use it against ourselves, then we are losing our intellect. I challenge you all in that aspect. Witchcraft is different from having supernatural abilities.
So in that sense, what do you have?
What I have goes with your convenience, because what you wish to call me, you are right to call me that, provided I actually do. I have supernatural abilities. But supernatural abilities can be used wrongly. They can be used positively. So, the use, how you use that ability is, it depends upon who has trained you, about your morals, about your ethics, and how you tap. Because I have supernatural abilities, not that I have supernatural abilities, possibly no, but I can access spirits and engage with them.
Yeah, there. So, yes, I think that's where most of the contention is, and maybe the questions. That when you say you have supernatural abilities, you can access spirits. Now, for many of us who are trained, or those who are trained in the scientific, I'll put it in quotes, the scientific method, the approach is, in order for us to claim that something is true, usually it has to be verifiable. You have to measure, you have to experiment, you have to go to the laboratory, you have to come up with hypotheses, test them, then at the end, you can make a claim that on the basis of this evidence, this observation part of evidence, we can claim that this conclusion is true. Now, where you say that you're using supernatural powers, how do you account for that? And I'm not really trying to suggest I'm not trying to suggest that the method has to be the same. So if the method is different, as we say that the scientific method, as it was introduced from the West, is a hegemonic tool, a tool for controlling us, whereby they set the standard. Something can only be true if it meets these standards. If it doesn't, it's not true, it is not science. And usually that is relegated to the periphery or to the gate of knowledge. So what you are saying, if I heard you right at the beginning, is that that is part of the problem. That knowledge or science more broadly is pluralistic. There is a lot, there are more ways in which we can know. There are more ways in which we can arrive at the truth, not just in the laboratory, not just by testing hypotheses. You're adding an element of deliverance, an element of divine intervention, or the spirits landing onto Dr. Ssekagya's head, and they tell us that this is the case. How do you account for that?
Thank you, Spire. Now, clarify to me what you mean account for.
Okay. Precisely what I mean, if you ask me whether this is water or something else, I'll test it to see maybe the is it compounds? Sorry, I'm now pulling out my tired chemistry of whatever it is. There is supposed to be, this is H2O, at least I recall that. So there is supposed to be which element?
Hydrogen and oxygen.
Hydrogen, oxygen. The religious scientist and Dr. Christine.
So many more.
So what I'm trying to say.
Allow me just to use that water.
Okay.
From science.
Not to say that there are spirits in this water.
Don't really tell me what not to say.
Okay.
So, this is water. From a scientific point of view, water is water. Are we together? And indeed, that is what we study. Water is water because H2 with its structure, this two hydrogens, one oxygen, and all of that. Traditionally, water is not water. No. I would allow you allow me to say it in Uganda first. Amazzi g'ennyanja gaawukana ku g'omugga, gaawukana ku g'oluzzi, gaawukana ku g'ekisasi, gaawukana ku gataapingiddwa, gaawukana ku ga mukoka, gaawukana ku g'entonnyeze, gaawukana ku gano. And that difference is what we knowledgeably tap into. Amazzi ga mukoka. You know mukoka?
Run off water.
Run off water. Do you know what it goes with? Many, many, many bad things. And a collection of that bad things. They say the like attracts the like. Like attracts alike. So, if you have bad things on you, olina omukisa omubi, olina olutwe, olina kino, olina kiri, and I really want to take that off you. I will tell you to go and bathe in the runoff water. Because that runoff water has a lot of bad things. If you wash with this, the bad things on you will not go. Nothing is attracting them to go. But the runoff water with its bad things will attract what is bad on you and go with it.
Yes. Yes, precisely relating to that. How do you explain the causal connection between bathing in runoff water and getting healed?
You see, the causal effect, if you go to the causal effect, that means you do this, it gives this result. Very narrow science. Mm-hmm. You do this, it brings different possibilities. So if you tell me to contrast with a big science with a narrow science, then you're defeating my arguments. So I wouldn't go with the causal effect. Causal effect is a linear effect. Like now, if you allow me to use an obscene, if I abused all of you, you get it? It is illogical to think that you're going to all react the same way. That if I abuse you, your reaction is meant to be this. In science, the other reactions will not be considered and conveniently predict the predicted reactions. And I say, if I abuse her, she will frown. Her emotions, her flares, I will not look at them, but did she frown? Yes, then that's science. Causal effect. You abuse her, she frowns. That's science. That's a narrow science. And I tell you, Africans, we have what we call science. The Western parameter of science is good, is instrumental, it has developed us, but we should only use it as a first step to understand and appreciate our African science.
Yeah, thank you. That's an interesting explanation. First of all, I would have to clarify, I don't stand here for the Western science. Maybe I could be misunderstood. Yeah, but even within that framework of the so-called Western science, I think it is also diverse. You cannot talk of one Western science. There is science that is used in the social sciences, science in the physical, natural sciences. Even in terms of causality, what I asked, whether A leads to B, or to know if I do this, it would lead to this. I think there is what we call multiple or multi-causality. We check for what are called confounding variables. Maybe I'm testing the effect of this on this, but perhaps there are other factors at play which have to be controlled if you're, let's say, conducting an experiment. So maybe it wouldn't be appropriate to reduce Western science to one particular approach. It's also quite diverse. But where my question was coming from...
No, just a moment. Which compounded factors? Compound?
Yeah,
Compound?
confounding variables.
That you need to control. The success of controlling those ones. First of all, you have identified out of 100, 3.
Yeah.
And then you control them.
Yes, but that is in one approach.
Yes, but now we are talking about spiritual science.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to get to. So in the humanities, there are many debates about that, actually even far beyond the humanities and social sciences. There is a debate between, for instance, what is called the positivistic paradigm and the interpretivist paradigm. I don't want to use those big words here because we have a diverse audience. But the debate is basically about the nature of reality and how we can get to know reality. Those from the positivist angle claim that reality is one, and therefore the role of the researcher, the role of the scientist is to capture that one reality and represent it the way it is. But on the other hand, you have those who are saying, no, certain realities can be multiple. You can have multiple truths. One could say it is hot here, another one say, but no, it is average. Another one says, it's actually cold in the room. Who is true? Rather, who is saying the truth? Who is uttering a falsity? The other scientist will come in with thermometers and whatever to measure, but that leaves out the subjective element of how I experience it. I think that's what you're talking about, how we experience the world in which we are with its various forces, both what we understand and what we don't understand. But what I wanted to be clarified in view of all that is when you say, the example of runoff water was just one of the several that we would want to know about. One of the things I've seen, I don't want to call them traditionalists, but you've seen where one will shake things, throw them, and then tell you what they think is happening, which is not only exclusively African. On the streets of New York, I met Mexican ladies who would simply read your palms. You would give them £5, they ask you to show them your hands, and they tell you stuff about you. I was one of those that were arguing, no, that can't be true. I had to part with my $5. Showed my palms, hey, you're from Uganda, this and that. So many things I hadn't really related to any, for them to have any knowledge about me. Now, how do we explain this? And maybe I'm coming from an approach that you may not agree with, the approach that everything has to be explainable. When you shake, I'm sorry to call them things, beads or whatever, cowrie shells, throw them there, and you're able to know, muja wa yakuloga. What happens in that process for you to be able to get that knowledge?
Now, he's talking about our traditional diagnostic methods.
Exactly. You have named it appropriately. But you see, we had to go to science to borrow the word. Yeah, proceed, please.
So, traditional diagnostic methods is a very good science. And to me, that is science. And you see, I would like you to imagine that now I'm divining Nkubo Mweso, and I'm divining him. So we are seated, he's facing me. And between us are Omweso elements.
Yeah, I'm not scared.
No, yes. Between us are Omweso elements. What he sees are the impeaches Omweso. But in between us, we have the ancestral spirits from my side, from his side. Bajajjabe webali. Are we together? And bajajjabe omweso bagutegeera. You get it? Between me and him, there are vibrational energies. I have vibrational energy, electromagnetic vibrational energy around me. He has it around him. Are we together? My vibrational energy is already consonating with these elements. You get it? So, me with my elements, we already have a constant. Are we together? So the variable is him. Are we together? So, depending on what question I put forward within my intent, the vibrational energies within him, his ancestors, and the elements are going to be reflected in how these things fall. And I have the ability to see how they fall, how they relate, how they interact, how they space each other. All that is scientific. And that relationship is what I study. And we rarely miss. Now, without proper understanding,
Could you please
you would think that the falling of those elements is haphazard. That haphazardness is in your mind. But in mine, they are orderly, depending on the intent I put forward. Because the intent influences the energy levels around us. You get it? So, that one, when you do proper studying, and she has been teaching me about Mweso for a very long time. And also, she has taken me for training from other people, within and outside. When I went to Pemba, let me show you something. We can put on that. Yes, it's on. There. When I went to Pemba for training, that gentleman, I went thinking, because I got my dream, I had to go for training. I told her, I'm going. Then when I went there, I saw in my dream, and I'll talk about dreams, please. In my dream, I saw 3. So I thought, or 3 or 30, something like that. So I thought I was going to train for 3 months. So I got my money, everything, and I went. But I hadn't known whom I'm going to train with. So I went, I reached there, I was in a market. I reached a bit afternoon. I went in the market, and the man here, that old man comes and tells me, you are looking for me. In denial, I said, no, I'm not looking for anybody. I feared. He said, no, you are looking for me. So let us go home. I feared because I had already got my lodging space. I said I would come tomorrow. Then tomorrow he took me. He was sleeping down. That's where he was sleeping. He said, first of all, he divined me completely. He told me all about me. And he said, you have come for training. Your ancestors told me, I train you. He touched me on that, like that, for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and he said, my training was over. So, the other ladies you see there are okugaba omukisa oba okugaba eddagala. Okugaba ki? Okuwa omukono oguwonya is different from learning. So, that lady, both of them, bali bantutte kumpa mukono guwonya. Naye okuwa omukono oguwonya akwasa ku plant, naawe n'ogikwatako, n'aratolinga ebigambo, ng'akolola bajjajjaabe bannange ono aze mukola bwe nti nange muwa okumanya kwe nnina. Bwe mbanga nfudde mukolanga naye. You get it? Now, we went to the field and they were giving me the ability to know. You get it? Not knowledge, the ability to, which I'm still using now. Nze niwe mbeera anywhere I can heal. Lwaki bampa omukono oguwonya. So,
Yeah, you've just said you can heal anywhere. Maybe we could understand a little more. What do you heal? But I would add this question to the distinction you make between illness and disease. I don't want to explain that where one is more physiological, another spiritual. Of those, what do you heal? And how do you explain the diagnostic methods in both?
allow me to go to that slide. By the way, that one in yellow, the tall man, is the king of Benin. That one is the king of Benin. This is a prominent red Indian lady. This is one of the best healers in Cameroon. This is a healer in Ghana. This is Baba Credo Mutwa in South Africa. You can read about him. Now, there is Gwandel Cooper.
Where is our healer from Uganda? Huh?
This one.
Oh, okay.
And they were giving me global spiritual responsibilities. And there is...
Global.
Global.
All right. Point it there.
Okay.
Point it there.
Now, disease has a medical or biological way of explaining it. It might have a cultural, spiritual way of explaining the same. I'm fortunate that I'm good in both. But the unfortunate part is that those who are good in biomedical are very ignorant in the other side. Those who are good in spiritual culture are completely green in biomedical. So having an interaction within the two systems is the best we can achieve as a country. It is the best we can achieve. And to me, at my institute, I'm fortunate that I get people from different fields, medical doctors, pharmacists, social scientists, and I think we first met when you visited Buija, was it you or somebody? But at the end of it, I would like just to spend a bit time. That's the conceptual framework I used for my PhD. And because I'm coming I'm giving a background to your question. Within my PhD, it was very difficult to get a linear conceptual framework to represent spirituality in the African context. Because for my PhD, I was studying about spirits of the dead, Mizimu, worker spirits, Mayembe, mystical ancestral spirits, Misambwa, And Misambwa turned out to be much more detailed than I expected. We had the royal, non-royal, and the water-related abalunyanja. There were natural spirits. Among the natural spirits, eriyo abalongo, eriyo emisangwa, ne Katonda. Ne Katonda, I want to specifically put that. Nani? What I learned a bit out of that, Katonda seems to be different from God. Because me, I believe in Katonda, the creator. Natural and ancestral spirits. But people believe in God, that word God. Look at how it was developed. Because God is not a natural word. It was just consented upon. It has its history. When you look at the history or the chronology of God, you will be disappointed. It's not the God you are looking at. Because the God that we hear, the word God, from the Greek, these were the spirit people were invoking when doing sacrifice, which later turned into God. You could Google that. So, you call it etymology of the word?
Etymology.
Etymology of the word God. You will be surprised and you will say, me, I would rather go with Katonda than that God. Because for us in Katonda, it is the creator who created the natural world, who created the creation, fetukiriza mu Katonda eyakola obutonde n'ebitonde. Obutonde meaning the creation, and the ebitonde the creatures.
Fene tugamba Katonda eyatonda eggulu n'ensi.
Ne mugamba Katonda eyatonda eggulu n'ensi. Ekyo kirungi singa kiba nga ye Katonda God. Naye bw'onooba otunulira ku God, you will be disappointed, my brother. So now, when you look at that, now let me go to, this is the conceptual framework I used. And yes. No. Now, within my first objective was to look at actually what do we mean by illness, health, and disease. Because as a spiritual healer in medical school, I find what they call disease. In medical school, we don't really tell the difference between illness and disease. We take them to be almost the same. Traditionalists have very distinctive definitions of illness and disease. Now, disease, obulwadde. Illness, olumbe. Disease is caused by organisms, physiological changes, or physical damage. Illness is caused by ancestral spirits, cultural issues, or witchcraft, area of my interest. And then body structures, what is primarily affected on you as an individual. When you have a disease, it is the body structure, body organ, or their physiological functions. But when you have an illness, it is mainly the soul, spirit, and the moral. The manifestation in the body are just signs and symptoms of the cause. And then, when you are looking at the management process within disease, we give medicines to kill the causing organisms or do surgery to remove the body damaged part. But in management, here we remove the causative agent. If the agent is an ancestral spirit, then we engage it. I can see, at least I'm very happy when I see one of the symbols of a spirit I really like, Bamweyana. May we please lift that cap a bit? That spirit, the representation of that spirit. So you engage with the spirit. And these spirits torment us because we are stubborn. Engage with the spirit and say, by the way, what's the problem? An ancestral spirit will say, the problem is the name. And then what is the name? This one is called Chiwanuka or is Musisi. But it doesn't really vibrate with Musisi. What I want him to do is to vibrate with his name. Or otherwise, he drops it. You are stuck with the name, but you don't know what it means. So, if rituals and ceremonies, I feel at times embarrassed when we do rituals and ceremonies, but we don't understand what a ritual is. A ritual and a ceremony are different. A ritual or a ceremony, you can arrange a program, what follows, up to the end, and you know the end result. But for a ritual, no. A ritual, you can arrange the steps, 1, 2, 3. Thereafter, you are not in control. If you stay in control, then that's not a ritual. A ritual, you only start it. It is self-propelling. That's a proper ritual. But if you can determine the process from the beginning to the end, that's not a ritual. So, what do we see where people are doing rituals? They give space for what follows, and they exclude the camera. Be it the burial of the queen, be it the burial of the pope, they exclude the camera because the process that follows is the meaning of the ritual. So many things, if you go in and you are invoking the spirits, then it comes and you can predict what it's going to say. Oyo rubale muntu. So, symbolism, living and non-living things. We believe in living things and non-living things. And these non-living things have spiritual power. And we tap into it. Which you rarely do. We have had a viku for a long time. You know viku? Bed bugs. Bed bugs are one of the insects that can determine presence of life of a human being. Ekikute kiruma mufu. Ekikute kiruma muki? Mufu. And because it can detect the presence of life, when we use it, we can use it to maintain life.
So do you use bed bugs in diagnosis?
I don't use bed bugs in diagnosis, but I can use some of their ailments in management.
How? How?
Now,
Or that is behind the camera now.
no. I can give the principle. If it has the ability to detect the presence of life of a human being, the bed bug, then it has a genetic component within it that is quite sensitive. And I tap into that genetic makeup. If I want to tap into the architectural framework of enkuyege zizimba ekiswa. You get it? Enkuyege zizimba ki? Ekiswa. And ekiswa kirina architectural work, aeration and all of that is really within their own genes. So if I want to use it for my child to be better, njamulisa omutwe gwenkuyege. Yeah? I'll make medicines within it and rattle okulamiriza. Okulamiriza is very, very significant in healing. Okulamiriza is very, very significant. If this water, if I had known that it is from lake water, ntimaziga nyanja, nenamirizako nga njigirid, nga jize went, there are spirits there that hear what I'm saying. And they will go and implement. You will call it okuloga, but it is high-tech knowledge that I have. And I use it knowledgeably, not haphazardly. Knowledgeably.
Biki by'osobola okuloga, for example?
Waliwo, my mama will tell you more. Nayenga, okuloga. Singoli
for the sake of our diverse audience, in English, I asked in Uganda because what is okuloga? Huh? No, bewitching is already contested. It's not the word that we... But you could proceed and answer.
So, first of all, I told you, witchcraft has no equivalent in our local languages. It's not okuloga. Kubanga, omwana bw'aba mulalu, n'omugamba nja kuloga eddalu ggwe, means nja mukuba. You get it? You're going to discipline. Eh? Nja kuloga ekyejo ekyo. So, it is not witchcraft then. Okuloga is not witchcraft. We don't have equivalent in our traditional sense of the languages that I think I know. So a foreign word imparted to our brain to determine our thinking is a wrong concept, is a wrong way for Africans to take them wholeheartedly. And we hate others because of our wrong perception of an imported word, objectively to weaken us. But in essence, I can use the nature. The closest to plants, because plants have a lot of energies that we tap into. The plant has a soul. The plant has a spirit. And the plant has phytochemical compounds. In herbalism, we are looking at the phytochemical compounds. But again, for us, when we are looking at the energies of the plant, timing is very important. Place, location is very important. A plant that I'm going to use for its high spiritual value, when I pick it from an anthill, the same plant and another one picks it from the the black soil, the spiritual significance are very different. And we know that. Chovolabant, timing is important. In African timing, we were relating because we are interconnected. Human beings, we are interconnected to each other. We are interconnected to plants. We are interconnected to stones. We are interconnected to everything. And we tap into that interconnectedness. So, when you pick a plant during, who knows a tugunda? Oba tugaita mutya? A tugunda. Then you know, some of you have. When we pick a tugunda, there is time when that tugunda sheds off all its leaves. Yet the other plants have their leaves intact. So that time there are microclimatic changes that are very specific for specific plants to concentrate particular chemical compounds or particular spiritual energies that we target. So this plant is green. Say, suppose it's a natural plant, and I'm interested in its flowers. But I target when this one has shed off all its leaves. They are experiencing the same microclimatic changes within themselves. This responds by shedding the leaves. This one will respond by concentrating some phytochemical compounds more highly. So at that time, when you want it has the highest phytochemical compounds, is when this one has shed off its leaves. So you use this as the timing aspect to harvest this. But if you are using these seasons, time of the day and all of that, they are not as accurate as using this one. Because determining the microclimatic changes at that particular time, this response is better way of timing.
Okay, and I think that is a scientific explanation. But you may not respond to that.
No, it is a scientific explanation, but my scientific explanation could be wrong. But in any case, I use it when those things happen.
All right, you mentioned ancestors, spirits, some of those that you would consult or that can give guidance in the process. Are ancestors fallible? Can they make mistakes? Or when they lose they transition out of this human life to the next life, they gain some godly kind of stature and they can no longer make mistakes? Because if they are fallible and you're depending on them for guidance, can't you make mistakes?
That's a very good perspective. Allow me to put it in context. What is a mistake?
By mistake.
Because I want you to answer in context, because if I objectively do this, make you sick today, I am an ancestor, imagine. If I know that when you go out, you are going to have an accident, and I want to avoid you using your car to go, and then I'm a spirit, I cause you diarrhea, and you feel unstable and you can't spend 20 minutes with your ass closed properly. Then you decide not to go to work. Have I made a mistake?
I think that's different. but you give a difficult example to respond to. But the question is, for instance, if I have cancer, a particular kind of cancer, let's say cancer of the throat, I go to a diviner, I don't know whether that would be the right word, for consultation. The diviner tells me that that is caused by your, who? Usually it's what? Huh? Co-wife, not co-husband, usually say the co-wife, that is juju from your co-wife, which is actually not the case. And we know these things happen, or maybe you could say that those are quacks. The spirit that has led this person, this diviner, to tell me that, has it made a mistake, or it is just someone claiming to be possessed when they are not?
Let me approach it from both angles. Suppose it is not a mistake, and indeed the manifestation of cancer had a root cause, and that root cause is related to somebody who is imaged as a co-wife. That's the image this one is saying, ono mukyala. The interpretation of a co-wife to feminine energy could be different. That's where levels of knowing come in. Because I could divine and see that actually the cause is a female. And to me, I know we have feminine and masculine energies.
The cause to a cancer.
Yes. Yes. And even in the management of cancer, even when they are doing radiotherapy, they are tuning the frequencies differently, determining the frequency to determine. So the other person would say the causative agent is a virus. But even within a virus, we have a male and a female virus. The details could be subjectively understood because of where you are coming from. But for us in spirituality, all energies, we have feminine and masculine energies. And even when you are doing ritual healing, you get more interested in how you rotate, clockwise and clockwise. Are you winding or unwinding? How many times are you targeting? All of that is concentrating a specific, like you would say, I'll do I'll spat the radiational energy for 3 seconds. Now, also for us in spirituality, you can say, okay, they used a chicken black when this thing was coming. So to undo, first I'll provide a chicken which is black to neutralize the energy. They did it clockwise, I'll do anti-clockwise. But even then, where were they? Were they above the equator or below the equator? Because you are aware about rotations above and below. So taking it standard by that you must do it the anti-clockwise to unwind, you might be wrong, depending on where you are positioned. And then, how many times should I do it? What determines the number of times? 9 is a good number. A multiple of 3 is another good number. 7 is a particular number for specific elements. And that one is also a principle in numerology. When you go into numerology, numbers have different spiritual values. Even when you are doing the palmistry palmistry, we can read, true. And there is a lot of information here. And when I was in medical school and I was looking at we were looking at the microscope for the first time, we were told the eye sees what it knows. Thank you.
Thank you. The eye sees what it knows. But I'm seeing people I don't know here. Maybe I'm saying people because I have the idea of people in mind.
No,
but
you can't see the spirits because you don't see
the spirits.
But I see them.
Yes, I know you're seeing Bamwayan and I'm also seeing him. Yeah, but that said, as we come to a close of this session so that we get questions from the audience, the element of darkness, the element of mysticism, which we see a lot in traditional spirituality. You partly alluded to it, you've explained a bit of it, where you have to go behind the camera. But usually where there is a lot of mysticism, it also creates room for many people to hide there. It creates a lot of room for lies. So the practice where, for instance, if one goes to the shrine, the door has to be closed and everything has to be done with some degree of darkness, and there is also a bit of fear there. The environment, maybe there are bones, there are skins of a leopard. I'm not talking about yours. A skin of a leopard, of different animals. Yes, I know you could say they have certain cultural significances, that every object there has a particular meaning, of which I wanted to connect to your answer, that it seems in your explanation everything can be given meaning. Whether the meaning comes prior or after the thing is a different thing. But that element of fear, the items that you find in the environment, the spaces of divination, what is the purpose?
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a dental surgeon. And the elements in dental surgery are knives, grills, machines. To everybody, a dental surgeon's place is scary. Should we change them because some people will be scared? So the answer will be no. There are scientific issues. In African scientific spirituality, let us look at it this way. Me, in my spiritual practice, I see better when I close my eyes. When I'm open like this, I'm distracted. When I close my eyes like this, I can actually see. I can be closing like this and I go into your sitting room and I can say this, this, this. So, sight is obstructive to me in my spiritual practice. That's why even when we are praying to Katonda, many people close their eyes to cut out the obstruction. Now, darkness is very instrumental in spirituality because it provides a higher concentration of the spiritual elements that we are engaging with. And even then, these spiritual elements we are engaging with are enticed by drumming, singing, because when we sing, these people who are drumming, they are giving provocative information to the spiritual entities. Bw'oba oli muzimu ddala jangu, bw'oba oli muzimu ddala jangu. So, bw'oba toli muzimu genda. And for you, you are interested in the music, the spirit is interested in the wording. And we are using the wording to filter which spirit should come nearer and which spirit should go far. And if we are to change the spirit that had come first nearer, we would want it to go to the periphery. We change the tune of the wording. Era enyimba z'emizimu za mizimu, ez'amayembe za mayembe, ez'emisambwa za misambwa. And we have a particular way of ensengeka yajo. And the knowledgeable drummist, we are interested in that particular okusengeka kwabyo. Meaning, darkness is not negative. It's not like dark death, which was put in the second plague issues. So, darkness is an appropriate environment for specific entities that we interact with objectively.
Oh, all right. Abasamize ndabo nabamwenya mu audience. And it appears a number of them came. Now, the last is to do with ethics. I think one of the reasons many people are opposed to what is called or what is known as witchcraft is because of the possibility or the powers of doing bad. In my understanding of God or the divine, I wouldn't expect the divine to do bad or something that is related to God to at the same time be the cause of bad, of evil. Is there any ethics that guides how you interact with the spirits, whether to cause evil or not to cause evil? And of course that also relates to the other question. Can spirits...
Let us go one by one.
Yeah, but let me just summarize. Can spirits be evil? Can spirits do bad? If I go to a diviner and I want to harm Dr. Kamunyu, I say, let this and this happen to Dr. Kamunyu. What am I summoning to cause that ill? Is it a god? Is it a particular spirit? And is that spirit open to anything asked of it, whether bad or good, or there are certain limits?
First of all, I shouldn't romanticize spirituality. Spirituality can be used wrongly. And people can specialize in using spirituality wrongly. But again, the wrong people don't define spirituality. This is where regulation comes in. When I was doing my master's, my research topic was on the relevancy, the prevalence of use of traditional medicine by patients under palliative care. Palliative care means you have a disease that is not likely to cure soon, or for it to cure is not an issue, but to keep going with it. So you are under palliative management. And also the patients under hospice, by then it was in March, India. Now, I was in Bugema University. And during that time, I had a rough time defending my proposal because it was thought to be witchcraft. I had to engage other professors, especially Professor Merriman from Hospice Africa, have my proposal accepted. But even then, when it was towards being accepted, they told me, but traditional medicine is illegal in the country. So even when you do it, it is illegal. That is what prompted me to do law immediately after my master's. And when I went to law, my focus was on the legislative process. So my research was who matters most in determining the law. So I appreciated that actually we were targeting the wrong people. We were targeting parliamentarians. And we go to parliament to argue our case. And somebody says, upon the death of my mother, I cannot accept witchcraft in parliament. But during the study of law, I appreciated that, no, it is the draftspeople who are most important. The clerk, the people who draft the law, they are the ones who bring in the relevant reference points. And during that time, I also appreciated, during that time, after my law, I had an opportunity to be appointed on the board of directors of National Drug Authority. And yes, I was made chairman of the legal committee. And I tell you, I used that chair appropriately. Because I could explain and I could know who matters. And within 2 years, we had the law passed, Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act. And National Drug Authority played a very big role in that process. But the challenge we had was that there was no literature. Much as it was passed, there was no literature to back it up. So I said now, with these experiences of the universities, I would rather create my own institute such that we can do research in my institute to provide literature. That's why we have Dr. Ssekagya Institute of Traditional Medicine. But after qualifying that, I found that actually I could not influence many things without a PhD. So I had to go and do a PhD, and possibly that's why I'm here. So in essence, we have the law, Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act. 6 years down the road, it has not been implemented, operationalized. Why? The people in authority to roll it out are not informed. They are instead scared. And indeed their scare is from their background. Tugenda kwogera n'abasamize. Not that we are going to talk with experts in their fields. That's not what they say. Because we are experts in our field. And they are ignorant about our field, but indeed they have the authority. We cannot force it much faster. But at the end of it, I would like to tell you that really our traditional medicine system is very ethical. Very, very ethical. Even when it is not regulated by government, we are regulating ourselves to some extent. Some imposters come in. You can't avoid it because we are not the authority. But given the authority to regulate ourselves, we shall do it very well. We have the capacity to weed those people out. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That was a very good note to close with. As I invite Dr. Mbabazi to pick to get the questions, just one element of curiosity which relates to the technically it's called syncretism in our society. Why you often find for many of us one leg is in Christianity, another leg is in traditional spirituality, one leg is in Islam, but there is a basket below the bed. And in your case, I see you're called Yahaya. How do you reconcile the two? Do you find any contradictions, or you think they can sit together?
Possibly what I can add, I'm a Hajj.
Hajj.
I'm also a Hajj. You see, it is all illusions in the mind. Spirituality is universal. Spirituality is universal. The way spirituality is packaged makes the difference, makes religion. The way spirituality is packaged makes the religion. When you look at religion, religion has about 4 ways of looking at it. Religion can be mono-godly, looking at God as one, but still that's not religion, because otherwise those who follow Abraham all see the descendants of Abraham. The Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, the Israelites, all are descendants of Abraham, and they see God as one. But religion becomes now the teaching of who? The teaching of Christ. The teaching of Nabi Muhammad, peace be upon him. The teaching of Israelites. Now, that is religion. Now, it's not about God now. The teaching of somebody. Are we together? Then we have those who see God as many. Pole God. Pole gods. Many gods. Then there are those who see religion as an ideology. And they follow the ideology of somebody. Buddha. Are we together? His ideology. And then there are those of us who have religion as geographical entities. African religion, Japanese religion, Chinese religion, and those are tribal. But to me, all those are ways of getting understanding to the same. But otherwise, I'm an African. I cannot change. I'm an African, and I really follow the Muhammad way of looking at God. But I'm also interested in the different ideologies. On how, when you look at the ideological religion, the way ideological religions, all of them, when combined together, make greater sense. To me, I would look at, is it the Baha'i, which says all religions should be into one, because actually the essence is the same. So, mysticism, religion, having this or the other, when you separate them, to me you have lost the point. Because I'm an African, and that being African, I didn't choose it. God decided, and I don't know, Katonda yakole ensobi what yagikola, I don't know. I am. I will begin from there. But again, I have a way, a free will. So that free will not take away my Africanity in me. So I will do what is African, and my free will can take me anywhere. Today I'm this, tomorrow I can change, go there, And I will go by convenience, but I have no option about being an African.
Alhamdulillah. I'm back.
Ladies and gentlemen, here present and online, I would like to request that we give our lead conversationalist a rousing applause. That conversation was so insightful. I'm sure everybody has picked a thing or two, and now I don't want to do the usual things of eating into time that many MCs like to do. I would like to allow you an opportunity to ask questions. Like we said from the beginning, this is, an opportunity for us to share knowledge. So many things have been touched, and from plants to the galaxy, to spirits, to law, to medicine, to ethics. So everybody has something to reckon with. Everybody has something to reflect on. And now, allow me invite you to share in your reflections, questions, and contribute to this conversation. The hands are many already. Who has the mic? Can it please? Anybody wanting to volunteer, take around the mic? So let me see how to do this. I'll begin with the lady there. These things, I'm not being selfish, but that's okay, I think. And then, gentleman here, number 2, number 3, number 3, number 4, Dr. Kamunyu. Number 4, Dr. Kamunyu. Number 5 in black. Number 5. I'm trying to see how to manage this. Number 5. So number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. Let's first handle those, and then I'll take the second round. Now, my request, if we want to enjoy perspectives, we want to enjoy hearing everybody submit, we want to learn from one another, let us respect time. Time and listen to one another, and keep it short, crispy, nice, and easy to grasp. So don't tell so much stories about what you want to say. Just keep it really orderly so that we enjoy this session as well. Thank you very much. Once again, allow me to say thank you to our speakers, and please do not get tired. Thank you. So, number 1, yes. Please say your name so we can celebrate you accordingly.
Okay. My name is Julia Zabu. I am a lawyer, so I'm very, sorry about this. Let me stand. My name is Julia Zabu. I'm a lawyer, so I'm very interested in the ethics and the legal implications of witchcraft. The Dean earlier talked about the Witchcraft Act, but now we also have the Human Sacrifice Act, or the Prevention and Prohibition of Human Sacrifice. And we have many practitioners, many traditional practitioners, who are sacrificing children, who are sacrificing women to benefit others. So my first question, when you talked about those who are using spirituality wrongly, how do we meet them in our quote-unquote colonial courts systems to try and get justice for the victims? Then the second one is that, is there a system that traditional healers like yourself, who are quote-unquote on the moral side, is there a system that has been created so that we have experts like you come to court and testify and inform the court even as it does its work?
Awesome. Number 2.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Alfred Jatho. Thank you so much, Dr. Ssekagya. Ssekagya. The first question, you told us the importance of kulamiza, rattling. So this rattling is spirituality. Is it close to what you see in born again church when they speak in tongue? Are you all communicating the same thing? And then number two, you mentioned the challenge we have currently, where the biomedical scientists are more of being in biomedical, but lacking sense in the area of spirituality. And then the other side, people who are herbalists and spiritual, they're also totally green in the biomedical science. And you're a good example of that, where you are both-sided. So you have a better view of the world. In the institute that you lead currently, are you trying to solve that problem, that maybe you're attracting some of the biomedical scientists to enroll and understand and maybe build their knowledge in the area of spirituality, so that you have a better understanding of the truth, particularly in the context of spirituality, herbal medicine, and witchcraft? And then in the biomedical science, the importance of lab note is very important. Lab note, taking note of the procedures you do, it helps so much, whether maybe in the absence of you, Ssekagya, in the future, because we don't live permanently on this earth, where other people can follow that rich science that you have, that they can use as a reference for them, helping in the diagnostic of disease and managing of disease in the context of maybe spirituality and maybe the herbal medicine.
Yeah, just to keep it at that.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like also to re-echo that we really keep respectful of the various belief systems, of the traditions of the different participants, so that this session and conversation is not taken to be bringing anybody down, but rather empowering ourselves in standing and contending. So if you contend for faith, if you whatever you're trying to raise, you make sure that you're very, very honoring and respectful when you submit. I also would like to beg, in the interest of time, I see many mothers here who would like to go and cook, but in the interest of time, could we first stick to one question? Like, sieve out, if you have three, can you sieve out the most critical for you? Thank you.
I request to answer first, otherwise they will be congested to me.
Okay.
I'll try to be brief. We have ethics, and this has been, even the word ethics is newer than our ethical practice. And the legal implications, for example, of witchcraft, the way witchcraft is defined as an imported word, my dear counsel, you will agree it's very difficult to prove witchcraft. And that difficulty has been both good and bad. It has been good because innocent people who would be charged of witchcraft, which they have not done, have been spared. But it's also bad because wrong people have not been really put to justice. They have not, the people who have suffered have not been put to justice. But still, the way the definition and the Witchcraft Act is, and the legal semantics, the way they are, it's very difficult to prove witchcraft, because it is within another dimension that can be tapped in, cannot be tapped into, cannot be legally proven, cannot be tangible, cannot be seen, but we only see the results. So it is purely difficult. But again, human sacrifice, I cannot say much about human sacrifice, but the little I can say is that there is need to understand more about human sacrifice. In Uganda, for example, when politics are high, it's about elections,
human sacrifice aspects come in. When there is commotion, HIV came, the albino sacrifice came in. But at the end of it, much as some healers have been implicated, but they have been seen as, in the process, not the intended people. They were bafuka ekyekwaso. So I wouldn't want to say more to that, but where is the competition? Who is fighting with the traditional spiritual healers? Who is against it? Who want to really put a bad name? Are they religious people that have come in and they really want to bring the image about, a very bad image about our practice? And in any case, they might not succeed. And I assure you, they will not succeed. They have not succeeded and they will not succeed. We are a strong entity. What we lack is a legal framework to protect ourselves. And you cannot put that to us because we don't provide the law. But if we have a proper legal framework, and the other challenge is, yes, we are under the Ministry of Health, but we cannot be contained in the Ministry of Health for reality. We have many cultural aspects than health-related aspects. Spirituality has no room in the Ministry of Health, and that's our main domain. People say, then it becomes difficult to regulate you. But religions are regulated. They are spiritual. If we can regulate religions, why not our spirituality, which is used in healthcare? And in any case, what is health? Health is not the way it is described within Western medicine. No. Health has a pluralistic meaning. Personal relationship. Relationship with our ancestors. Many of you are sick because you have poor relationship with your ancestors. So, the aspect of human sacrifice and why it comes in a certain period, why when it's rampant in Uganda, that's when it is also in South Africa, that's when it is Tanzania, then when it cools at the same time. There must be something that needs to be investigated better. And I tell you, given an opportunity, we can be one of the best investigators in that aspect. Kulamiriza. Kulamiriza, speaking in tongues. That means the words being spoken are not understood by that community, which means the words are foreign to that community. So, what the people say in speaking in tongues, those tongues are not tongues to where they came from. They're actual words, kulamiriza, which if we do it here in our local languages, you will understand. If you take it to Europe, it will be speaking in tongues. So, institute, yes. The aspect of institute of the institute I had is actually to put in context our African values, our values in health, to put in context, to illuminate the limits of Western medicine to some extent, the African values, and we re-evaluate our values. And indeed, we need to. Given an opportunity, many students who have passed through my institute have testified to the knowledge they gained. And again, in that institute, I have taught more than 5,000 healers who have passed through my institute, and the training was free. What I was doing was that I have some of the people who have assisted me here in the process. Even I would like to acknowledge the person who designed this attire for me is in this conference. Thank you very much. So, in some aspects, we need to reorient ourselves and appreciate our values differently. And much of the work has been written. I can see, I don't know if Dr. Isiko is around. Aha. Dr. Isiko and Dr. Kanamwanya. Those people, I have struggled with them. They are not easy. Because they study about us. But I'm telling them, please help us to study and write about ourselves. Until Dr. Isiko, we initiate you, you will not understand us. Please accept to be initiated into our practice and then understand us better. And now, lab note. Lab note is to keep records. I tell you, spirituality keeps record. They don't forget. When you see, I'll use Bamweyana today because when you see Bamweyana now, here, and you are the same person to see that entity, Bamweyana, in another district 10 years later, it will remind you where it stopped with you. Are we together? That spiritual entity. Those who know, you can testify to it. So, the aspect of keeping records, humanly, we attempt by keeping those records. Spiritually, we shouldn't get worried. So, diagnosis, spirits help us to diagnose spiritual and soul disease manifestations within our body. We may lack that capacity, but indeed the spirits have that capacity. And indeed, when the expertise some of us get is not really to know, the expertise we get is to know which spiritual entity to engage when. Such that many of you engage a wrong spirit for a right issue. You are engaging Bamweyana, who is really interested in Kutuladiru, in your physical illness. He might not really be that. But when you know that, no, I'm going to the university now for a dialogue, and Dr. Spire is not easy, please keep him low. And you succeed, yes.
Well, I should say fire.
Okay, we can continue.
Okay, so
maybe as Dr. Christine picks the others, I can sneak in this which was sent to me directly. The fact that there is no change after over 30 years means these Ugandan ancestors lack power. Yeah. They are in Kamoli.
okay,
Just a moment, still, you see, no change after how many years?
30, but I don't know change in what, I just see no change.
That's good, but again, who is bothered? The spiritual entities could have had, because after colonial system, during the colonial system and afterwards, we might not have had a president who acknowledges the presence of ancestral spirits. So,
if this president acknowledged the presence of the spiritual entities, why would they disagree with him?
Okay.
Okay, I had already 10 people, so number three.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Matov Peter from the Department of Performing Arts. My question is, you say that by the fact that we are human beings, we can interact with these various entities by default that we are human beings. So what hinders us from interacting with these so-called magnetism, stuff like that, interacting with the stones, insects and all that, the plants? What hinders us? Because we are human beings and you've said we have to be with that access. And the other thing is that why can't you interact with all that? Let me say, like asking for the laws to be meant, or why don't you do it by spirituality and then it happens? And the other thing, talk about dreams, because you only said you will talk about them and then you never. Thank you so much.
I go one by one. Now, it will be faster. We interact with them, and we don't need any law to permit us. But regularizing it in public requires a law.
Okay, there you are. Number 4 was Dr. Kamunya. Where is the mic?
Kamunyu Muezi. First of all, I want to thank the Department of Philosophy for such a groundbreaking discussion. I have not attended such a discussion since I came in this university many years ago. And I request that we keep it, because this is how we can intercourse with our real African black reality. If this can take place often here, and we have a lab in this kind of work, many people would now come into grips with what went wrong, because I now see what went wrong. Because it seems that colonialism, our spirits were asleep. They never protected us, and that's the first question I want to ask. It seems they were asleep. How come, is there a superior spirit from Europe which could have? Did you know, have you investigated to find out whether probably we knew but we permitted the higher spirit, our spirits permitted the higher spirit to take over for all this time, and then also undermine or demystify with their Christianity? Couldn't you have attacked them at Berlin, for example, before they could? What happened? What happened? That's number one. It's more deep. We can answer it into the future, because to me this is one way of undermining what we've had and this whole Christian. Because the second question is related to me and my cultural heritage. I was told orally, because our things were oral, and that's where the problem now is. You don't write. Those people got to write, and that's why they captured us. You don't write. Oral, I was told that in our culture, Amwemutizi, that there was a man somewhere who was told he got a voice from an oracle, and then the bird would fly, and then finally settle somewhere where the clan would be established. And then at the same time, in the Christian realm, I hear also Abraham was told, he's not hearing. Abraham also was told. And I begin to see the power of our spirit and also the power of the spirit. Probably it was the same spirit telling these men, as was documented, ours not. At what point did ours become weak? Because this spirit was telling, and it's a beautiful spirit. That's why I disagree with people who curse our ancestors. They are fake. They are not serious. It was a beautiful spirit. Without it, and I wouldn't be here. They survived probably. They also had, Abraham had a good spirit. It was telling him to survive and eat stuff like that. At what point did ours become weak? And then finally, there is the 2 Nobel Prize winners, I think in 2009, if you recall, Dafra and Bananja. I may not have gotten there well. But they wrote a book called Poor Economics, and I encourage everyone to look for it and read it. It's a very boring narrative, but it says what exactly. I would love that this debate continues on traditional medicine and herbal medicine. In fact, and that's where the question is, if we had embraced this discussion from the beginning, post-colonial, our healthcare system would be very cheap, my dear colleagues. Would be the cheapest healthcare system in the world, because we would have partial herbal medicine, which is primary healthcare, eating well, meditation, speaking to ourselves, and then pharmaceutical medicine, which you think is connected to Christ. Let me say, I'm an idiot, but on your behalf, I'm an idiot to think that way. And they recommended that actually for Africans to defeat, for developing countries to defeat this evil of pharmaceutical complex controlled by Washington and other capitals, we must implement a dual herbal medicine and spirituality, and the Chinese did it, and people in Asia did it, and then pharmaceutical. And so now the question is, what is stopping you? What are the barriers of getting this done? Because to me, it should have been done like yesterday. You sat on National Drug Authority. Why didn't you push? Even, you see, eating well itself is medicine. Why can't you de-spiritualize this shaking and what, and get some practical aspects of our spirituality herbal and really implement them in reality here? I submit.
Allow me to answer briefly. Spirituality, the one we practice, is not dramatized. 2, spirituality can gauge its levels. People think that our spirituality was weak. No. But we were not ready to defend it, to work with it. We are only working now. Spirituality is not in a hurry. Its time has come, and it's going to pick up. When you have a security guard at home with one gun, or with a stick, or a bow and arrow, he shouldn't dare to confront armed 30 people. But the best he can do is to hide and count and evaluate how strong they are. So it will look cowardly that he hid, but he has served the purpose when he tells you there are 6 people, 1 has gone in the other room, 2 are armed. All that's good information. So for our African spirituality, it has all that information. When you wake up as intellectuals, that information is coming up. Spirituality, African spirituality, ignoring it saved it. It is actually a strong spirituality because it is still intact. It has not been documented. People who document what they understand. And what they pick out is less than 10%. And when you read the book, it's as if it's 100%. Lack of documenting, for us documentation, I don't agree with it. Because documentation derails us. Keeping ritual practice active transfers the emotion, the wording, the essence, the values, other than sitting on reading and you read a ritual. No, practicing a ritual is more involving and engaging. So to me, traditional medicine, the way it is defined, by the way, traditional medicine is a new word. It was coined by WHO in 1978 during the Almata conference. We are talking about medical traditions. Each country, each tribe have their own medical traditions on how they kept life.
And that has a cultural context. It was during 1978 that they said, now, instead of talking about many medical traditions, let us agree on one word, traditional medicine. But traditional medicine, the way it is defined, does not take away our medical traditions. And for us, our program in Prometra, the organization I'm serving, we are talking about promoting medical traditions. So the legal aspect, legal or not legal, we are there. We don't need permission to practice. In any case, we can't be stopped from practicing. The government has tried, it has failed, and I assure you it is even going to fail more to organize us. But give us the opportunity to organize ourselves. We have the skills to do it.
Why even plead for that opportunity? You have the powers.
Pardon?
You have the powers. Why would you plead for that opportunity? Seize it.
You see, Tyson didn't fight in the street because he has powers to fight, so he could fight in the street everywhere. No.
Okay, thank you. I have number 5, number 6, they were all around there. I don't know what you're going to do, Doctor, because the questions are many. I'm almost sure that we will have to share your contact so that those who have some questions, you can always reach out to Doctor, but let me try yes, number 5. Please be patient because others were chosen before you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Robbie Muhumuza. I have one question. What is the role of faith or belief for spiritual healing to take place? When I have disease, I don't have to believe in malaria or penicillin or the doctor. They give me an injection, I'll be healed. But if I have a spiritual sickness, it's in my soul. For the client or patient to be healed, how much is the role of belief or faith that it will work or in those spirits? And
just one at a go. Now let us be slow here. I am a healer. I treat infants. I don't know if I get their belief. I treat mad people. I don't know if I first get their belief. So belief is secondary. And I also treat people at a distance, remote healing.
okay, I'm done.
That particular submission reminded me of go and your faith has healed you. So I know that there are many of us who remember that. Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Christine. Thank you, presenters. My name is Amanda Virunji. I'm from the College of Computing and Information Sciences. I never used to believe in traditional spirituality, witchcraft, herbal medicine until I fell a victim of witchcraft last year. That's a story for another day. My question to Dr. Ssekagya, can you please throw more light on the terms okusamira, omusamize, and emandwa? Thank you.
And Doctor, there's another question on phone. You want to go one by one?
I'm sorry about the unfortunate happening, but I have also experience of people who took drugs and got a drug reaction, and the drug burnt all their skin, that was also another experience. I don't know if they would do away with all drugs because they reacted to one. So, okusamira, you see, spirituality can connect with you, can choose you. Ancestral spirits can choose somebody. And that somebody can deny or refuse until forced beyond limits. And finally, possibly accept. But now, harmonizing the relationship between the spirit and you, that process involves many aspects, from anointment, then exploration of ancestral spirit, or kwazalubale, then after that, apprenticeship and training, okutendekebwa, and then they pass out. All of those processes are part of harmonizing the process. To some, they involve engaging with the spirit. So engaging with the spirit, to me, in my small understanding, is okusamira. And I think that's it. Then, I think that's it. Emandwa, these are different ways of expressing the same. Different languages have different commonality. Before you specify nti guno muzimu, lino jembe, ono guno musambwa, oba musange, zonna genotam osochita rubale in a certain language. Osozita emandwa. It's an embracing terminology. But there are specifics within those. It's like we study medicine and then we say, no, one is in embryology, another one is in this, but all in all, it's medicine.
Okay, Doctor, there is a question regarding your earlier comment. You said you'd talk about dreams, but you didn't go there that much. So I have a question here, and another person had alluded to that. So maybe as you take one question, when answering, you can also make a comment on dreams. So number 7.
Allow me to give dreams. You see, dreams are very important aspects of ancestral communication to us. Dreams are in context. You put a dream in context. They are not universal. Dreams can be oriented, and there are various categories of dreams. A dream could be a simple dream. It was mupira gwa Arsenal, and you dream about Arsenal. It could be telepathic. Telepathic means you could dream somebody getting involved in an accident. Within the dream, you go in to help, and within that dream, you rescue that person, the others die. Then, out of the dream, you say, I dreamt this. You ring somebody. Do you know what? He tells you, I got an accident and all the people died. So you had a telepathic dream. You had an intervention within a dream. Your spirit actually went and helped. So that's a telepathic dream. We have a prophetic dream. A dream that can tell you something that is to come. A dream can be retrospective, current, or prospective, prophetic. A dream, we can have a therapeutic dream where you dream your judge are coming, you have been sick for about 6 months, medicines have failed, then you dream your judge are coming, taking you to around a river, bathing you, and then after in the morning, you wake up and you say, what happened? But that sickness has gone. That's a therapeutic dream. We have lucid dreams. This is when you dream going to a place. You even walk to that place in the dream, sleepwalking. You actually go and cook the food, and you eat it and you go and sleep. So that's a lucid dream. We can help you to even intervene at that level. If you are going to cook beans, we help you to intervene and you cook meat. So at that level, Then we have collective dreams. This is where you have part of the dream, another one gets another piece of the dream, another one gets another piece of the dream. When you share the dream, then the dream becomes collective. And then the dream makes a meaning. Then we have common dreams. You dream the same thing today. He dreams it, the other one dreams it. Then it is the same dream, but having different outlets. So we have dreams. You have to categorize the dream, understand it, get the information before you interpret it. And before you categorize the dream, whether this therapeutic, whether it is this, we make many mistakes there. But otherwise, dreams are very significant, and they are helping us a lot in treatment.
Okay, number 7, number 8.
Thank you very much, doctors. It is from your explanation and the dialogue, it is as if spirituality may take shape and become very important in Africa. Now, I know the challenges you have been getting in making sure that a policy or law is enacted about spiritualities, because evidences have not been put in place to back up this. I would like you to help us highlight what does it take to acquire spirituality, so that we can be able to maybe gain from the little basic components it takes. Then with the experiences, we can use it, then we can be able to defend it. Thank you.
Acquiring spiritual experience, initially, to become spiritual, we are all spiritual. But spiritual as a profession, you need to be anointed. The anointing force could be yours. I don't know the anointing force, but after the anointment, you go through a process. But the most significant aspect is your intuition. Intuition is very, very informative. Intuition is very intelligent. You see somebody, you get an intuitive thought which is right. You start rationalizing that intuition, you get derailed. So intuition, sharpening the intuition, taming it, nurturing it, becomes one of the ways you become spiritual.
Okay, number 7, number 8.
Number 8.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone who has heard this call and attended. My name is Sechiziv Hamdan. I'm from Islamic University in Uganda, MIT.
You're welcome.
I wanted to appreciate the fact he said that the Abrahamic, the Christ, the Muslims, the Buddha. So there's a verse in the Quran which we can look at, because my question is going to come as you. There's a verse in Surah Hujurat 49:13. Allah says, "O humanity, indeed we created you from a male and a female, and made you peoples and tribes, so that you may get to know one another. Surely, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you." Full stop. Another one, because we are going to package. Another one says, it's about Quran 91, 8-10. Allah says, فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. He says that He has made your soul originally pure and can distinguish between the right and the wrong. Then the other one, which is 91:1, says, read in the name of your Lord who created you. So the reason as to why I came to be in this is, man, Allah says, you read. So when I was reading about the way they carried stones from South Sudan to the pyramids, they used the science of kinematics. So because those rocks are very heavy, and there was no science then. So when you make yourself, okay, from the other verse I read, why is it that God made us different, and he made us tribes to learn from each other? Why is it that we became actually weak, like my colleague said? We are very strong because every society has what it heals it. In fact, your medicine heals you more than the medicine from China, because, like he said, nature is in balance. That the Ugandan medicine is more applicable to you, the Ugandan, than to the Chinese. But Allah says, we have made you different so that you can learn from what? Each other. So we would have like our medicine where we have gaps to cover it. So the issue is, I'm looking at herbal medicine. Why is it that, or what can we do so that we create more research in our medicine, so that, as he said, we lower the bills? Because they tell you, when you eat, when you have like an orange, or if you have like lemon water, yes, lemon water, you don't get malaria. Yeah? So what have you done in your circumferences to make herbal medicine like usable and popular, so that people do not rely on the other medicines? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let us look at popularity of a medical system. Is traditional medicine in Africa not popular when it is used by 80% of the population? Yes? Is traditional medicine in Africa not popular when we acknowledge that it is used by 80% of the population? So those of us who think that it's not popular are the elites, less than 10%. But the population use traditional medicine, not herbal medicine per se. What you want to popularize is herbalism. But traditional African medicine is very popular. And in any case, this Western medicine is of recent. Herbalism is a very young chapter in medicine. Very, very young. Less than 600 years. But traditional medicine in its totality, with its invisible forces being used, it is only that the percentage has failed even to reach 50% of the people. Western medicine has not served us enough. Traditional medicine, I tell you, is very strong because it is not funded. We don't have legal backup. The academics, educated people are against it. Religious people are against it. Rich people are against it. But it is serving 80% of the population. At least 60% of the population in Uganda. Then what do we need? It is just a mindset. You to appreciate that actually we have the value which we need to revalue to be of greater value to us. Not to change the medicine. No, the medicine is there, it will be there. But our value towards it is what we should change. And to change this, Professor here has said, what have we done to document? And the question is, who is skilled in documenting? What has the university done in documenting? What are you writing about? What are you writing about as the university? And this when it actually becomes relevant for Dr. Spire to engage us, to talk to you, such that you can revalue our values. You can write about us. You can write better about me, because there is a lot we can exchange than a European writing about me. I will not disclose a lot. And in any case, I will give wrong information. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting jittery with questions, but this is what I wanted to request. I really know that some of us don't want to go with some questions, but I would like to request that Dr. Ssekagya's contact is projected so that some people might want to engage further. In a conversation, you cannot even finish everything. That's why in many villages, women will converse, go fetch water, come, go back, like that. So concluding a conversation is really hard. But I want to, and then to make matters worse, we have been so blind to the online people. I feel so guilty. I'm going to request at least one person online to unmute and ask at least one question so that we are fair. We are fair enough. And because it was to full capacity, I could not even enter. I don't know the situation right now. Is there someone online that would like to ask a question? Forgive us for being rather in-house focused.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Brian Mika, and thank you so much, Dr. Ssekagya, for those insightful presentation and for all this time. Now, my question is one, as you're talking about your career and the learning it and yes, learning and practicing of traditional medicine. Most of the countries you talked about, apart from South Africa, but you talked about Cameroon, Ghana, and most of them are in the West Africa. So I really wanted to know what is unique in the West African countries when it comes to this traditional, the traditional spirituality and all that you've talked about, because majority talk, apart from the Red Indians you talked about, and then the South African, the other countries in the Western Africa, and we always keep wondering why is it that the good spirits are concentrated there, or the strength is concentrated there, and what's unique about the region? Okay, I hope I brought it out clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
I only talked about those, but I have had my training from China. I have trained spirituality from Japan. I have been to India, mainly with the Foundation for Revitalization of Traditional Healthcare Systems. I have worked with Transdisciplinary University in India. I have been in UK. I have been in USA with the Red Indians. In Africa, yes, I have been in most of other countries. But what I have found in West Africa, Nigeria has dramatized spirituality. Benin has conserved the original spirituality. And you don't see that drama, the Nigeria we see with Benin spirituality. Ghana is in the middle. So I tell you, spirituality, I think that's it. West Africa has dramatized it, and it has come to the scene, especially within Nigeria. South Africa have gone to the real core of traditional medicine and spirituality. And it was last week, one of my friends, we have been together, have gone to her training, has been made the chairman of the Interim Council for Traditional and Complementary Medicine in South Africa. Here in Uganda, the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Council has not yet been formed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Professor Mugaga, online.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Spire and Ssekagya. My question is one. Why is it that those traditional practitioners use the scare and frightening approach, even in their voice, and then they put back clothes, nails of chimpanzees, nails of goats, and so forth? Why do they use the scare tactic if they want people to approach them with decency and decorum? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
They use their methods of approach, which we interpret differently. To some, others could say the way Kaumpuli comes is different from the way Muwanga will present itself. So those particularities help us to identify who is who. And those of us who are knowledgeable are not scared, because the particularities of particular spirits are important, and we follow the particularities of those spirits with their different characteristics, presentations, and then we gauge what to present to them from a knowledgeable point of view. You could look at it as a scare, that's your view. But to me, it's not a scare.
Yeah, but is it true that they even beat in shrines? That those spirits can beat you if maybe you don't sit properly?
What I know, spirits can discipline.
Okay, I think I had two people here, then getting to the next set of questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctors. I'm Bwani Kajuma Rusiba, and number one is a request, and then the second one is a question. Very quickly, when government is carrying out large projects, I'll give an example of Busaga-Mpigi Expressway, because I stay in Mpigi. We see that it carries out environmental impact assessment, feasibility studies, and all of that. The question is, does it carry out cultural impact assessment? At Katende is where the ancestral grounds for the Rugave clan is. And we saw that during the construction of Mpigi Expressway, the tree that was housing the spirit Nabukalu was destroyed. This is, for people like me, it's really hurtful. Given your level of intellect and the way you interact with people in government, could you at least ensure, and your colleagues ensure, that government at least carries out a cultural impact assessment? We even saw this when they were doing the Bidco project in Kalangala. They almost destroyed the forest where the Damula is cut. I am of the Omutimo Musaji clan. Our spirits are mainly, our main ancestral spirits are in Butale, in Masaka, and Lusiba in Mubende. Lusiba Hiro in Mubende. It would, I think, it would disorganize my spiritual journey if these places were destroyed without due course and care because of a government project. And I know these projects are really important. I am an educated person. I'm not oblivious to the fact that these projects are really important. But if they can carry out environmental impact assessments, let them also carry out these impact assessments. Maybe they can call them cultural or traditional or spiritual. But I think this would be really important. Because what I hear, the last time I heard, the people of Lugave clan cannot even locate where Nabukalu is now. Disappeared. That is my request. Secondly, is it possible to destroy a spirit? That is the question now. Thank you.
I would begin with the second one. It is possible to dislocate the spirit, to relocate the spirit. But the ability to destroy it, I don't know. But we can relocate the spirits, or spirits can relocate themselves. About cultural assessment, we need a body that can advocate for that. And we expect when the traditional and complementary medicine bill is operationalized and the council for traditional spirituality or traditional medicine is appointed, then we shall task it to really advocate for that. But for now, we have nobody to task. In any case, any people we would task don't have the expertise. So we expect that a professional team or experts committee will be with the traditional and complementary medicine act. That council, when formed, can put a subcommittee with the specialists in that aspect. I would be willing to serve on that board.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Mark Luvowa. My question is, what does life after death looks like according to African spiritualists? Where those people who die go?
Thank you. Those of us who engage with the spirits of the dead, especially if we have a genetic trace to them, the spirits serve better in a dead capacity than when in a human being. We are spiritual, but your spirit cannot serve the whole of this group or the people in your clan when you still have humanly interests and desires. Your availability is less because of humanly engagement, but when you die, you are free to serve people better.
Good afternoon, everyone. The history of Africans can never be finished. It is like the history of ladies. That is a quotation I read some time back. And I am glad to note that this is a fascinating afternoon I have had this semester. That too amidst my examination period. Mr. Ssekagya, I am so thankful to you for trying to reach out to ignorant people as myself. And you have put in effort to educate us. I'm worried if I spent a little bit much more time, I would become a traditionalist. I am so much worried. But my concern this afternoon is, what is that special thing about relatives, elders in society, especially in an African society like myself has grown up in? When we were growing up, we were told to respect people, and for some time, I thought it was a matter of emphasizing respect in society. But I grew to realize that there is something spiritual about elders in society. And this afternoon, I would love to seek clarity about that. You cannot speak in a certain way to an auntie, even if they are younger than you, but they are your auntie. There is something they can say about your life and it can affect you somehow. I am seeking clarity about that, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Those are two aspects I can engage and also have queries about. One, the issue of curses, senga or kukolimira. nekikwatayo. Now, that has a lot to do with the genetic makeup in your relations. Sengaawo akolimira ate gwe n'otokolimira mwanawo. To that extent, why does the senga chikolimo, why is it impactful yet ekyamama is not? I cannot tell, but I have realized it. And in most cases, when people come to me and they have a chikolimo kya senga, actually the best is to engage that senga spirit. And we talk about it, we discuss it, why they so, and after that, it could be the spirit can tell you, okay, nzo kumusonyiwa agenda agulire eyansikira olugoye. And you only buy that, you do that ritual of taking olugoye, oli eyamusikira n'alwambala. And that's it. But now, about relatives and elders, there are many aspects about these spirits that you might be interested in. Spirits, when spirits are sensitive to our aromas, aroma, orusu orutuvako, they are very sensitive. They are interested in you and they get acclimatized to your aroma. Aroma, whatever it is, your rusu. Now, when you engage with the husband in the bed and they want to come, then they feel another rusu around. That engagement will not take place. Nebiroto bisobola obutajja. So the spirits will wait to those elderly people. Their sexual relationship is less. At times they have even separate beds. For us, when I want to engage with a particular spirit that I know is very strict, like Moanga is very strict, I could spend 3, 4, 5 to 9 days sleeping alone so that he can engage with me at his will, but I'm available. But now, when I sleep with my wife, the different rusu come in, and it will stay with me even for 2, 3 days. That's why spirituality needs elderly people, but currently infants. And the spirituality also, this one at times you people do it at times ignorantly or without knowledge. We engage this flower boy and flower girl before marriage. Those innocents, we are giving spirits space to lead the way for these people. When a big visitor comes into the country, we take the flower girl over that virgin girl, young, to take a flower. It shouldn't be a plastic one. It's natural flower. It has a lot of meaning. So be it on the wedding, be it on when the guest is coming, there is clearing the way. When that virgin boy or girl precedes the session. So all those, some people do it without knowledge, others do it objectively. Others do it because others do it. But for us who know, we choose. And the one coming first, that one on your wedding should be of a particular clan to have proper meaning. And that can pave way for happiness in your entire life. So there is a lot of meaning in those things. So relatives, age, all are important aspects.
I want to be honest, the time won't allow us to have all the hands, but I feel so bad that I didn't take anyone from the back. and this side, it seems like I'm looking this way, but anyway, what do I do? Okay, so let's do this. Let me try. I'll get maybe one this side, one at the back, one there, so that those are like three. Please, some of the questions, ask Dr. Ssekagya directly. I now would like to give him a chance because he needs to give us the microphone. He's holding it. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Joe Dikatete. I'm from the College of Engineering, Design, Art, and Technology. I'm the head of Department of Fine Art. We have an art exhibition for Dr. Spire Ssentongo this Friday, but I also thank the Department of Philosophy for organizing this. I'm a scholar on devotional images. Dr. Ssekagya, how would you use fine art as a tool in the traditional spirituality? That's the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Put on my slides, please. There's one thing I want. Yes, now, fine art and most of the artifacts, regalia, that we use have spiritual power. And that spiritual power, those regalias, artifacts, tubiwanga, we empower them. Empowering means they become spiritually high, and then we connect with them. That connectivity is very, very significant. But all that can be represented in art. Images have spiritual impact. When you see the image of the cross, it has a spiritual impact, and we use it traditionally. When you see the image, now, this one, I want to say this. It's reflecting, this is a pot which has lost its value. Traditional medicine now is like a pot with holes. Traditional medicine used it to serve us in Africa. But these holes were really put into traditional medicine by religion, by academia, by politics, by economizing health care and everything. And it is our role in our various professional capacities that we can now block in from different angles. And we engage, like this pot, these are hands, really trying to block the holes. And the academia, everybody has a role to play in protecting and promoting traditional health care. Now, art, visual, or whatever art, you have a very big role. And if you really imagined that you could display a shrine with its spiritual powers in art, and then we take the real value and meaning and empowered, and we put it in the Uganda Museum. I have a program, a project with the Uganda Museum, Traditional Medicine in Transition. And in it, you are very welcome to actually display, envisage our values and demonstrate it in a way that is applicable. And we take it to schools. So you have a role to play. It's not us alone. And everybody has a role to play in this regard. Please see how. There was somebody from technology, coding and all of that, engineering, computing. Yes, I have one of my child is doing coding, and we really are looking at developing a software that can be used in spirituality. And we are using the principle of biofeedback. So we are modifying biofeedback. Biofeedback can detect the energy levels in. And this comes in because I have seen patients who comes in to me and I don't know what to do. I put them under a particular tree and they get better. So I'm looking at the energy levels they interact with. So this modified biofeedback, you put it on the ear, it takes the pulse. You see here, this is the most sensitive aspect of the human being where you can take the pulse. So you put a modified biofeedback, we take your parameters, it takes the parameter of the heartbeat, then we take the standard on you, then you approach the tree or the medicine or the animal, and then we see the variations. It can show very well on the computer. Then you go out, we can interact with the field, and we shall know which plant can help you for your ailment without knowing your disease, without knowing what's happening. Because at times I get ladies and they are very private about actually what happened, and they have a relationship. What I do, I don't ask them. I do that biofeedback. I move with them towards different trees, and I see which tree might be helpful. At the end of it, I get that piece of wood, and I say, this can be very useful. And this brings me to the aspect of Yirizi and Ensiriba. These were very fundamental values that could influence the magnetic field around us that we took for Satan, to be satanic. When you imagine you are getting piece of a back cloth, gunomutuba, with a piece of empewere and endaji, eragire, then you put it around yourself and you say Satan has come in. I don't know where Satan passes, but I assure you, Satan has not come in. Thank you.
So there is a psychologist that I will allow to submit, but after you. Tusaba Kanyagi, where are you? Okay.
Thanks so much, the two doctors, for that wonderful speeches you have given to us. My name is Omulangira Ndaula Kalamula, and I want to start from traditional medicine.
One question, Mulangira.
One question.
Oh, Mulangira, one question.
One question.
Yes, please.
Just one.
Find a way of doing it because it's late.
It's late.
Yes.
Okay, only two.
One.
Our ancestors, we mean Muzimu, Lubale, and when Muzimu plus of the same chika, they make what? Lubale. All of them. Doctor, you said about that they serve God. In real sense, they don't serve God. They are doing their job. The only spirit that serve God are the Misambwa. And Misambwa are divided in 4 types. They have those ones, heaven, and I'm powered by Musamba that delivers message to us. We have new information. I want us to share with you new information that everybody has a power in you. That second voice of yours that you call subconscious mind. That makes the second soul that can tell you, don't go, it's late. And you have said that you are alone when you are speaking. You are not alone. You have that second voice. That's the guardian angel in English. What we can call in Uganda, we can call it Omusambo Gulungami Omuchi or Montu. My question is, traditional medicine cannot heal. Rather than the words used while giving that medicine is what has power, that what heals. I want you to clarify me more about that question. Because you have said traditional medicine heals. Yet traditional medicine cannot heal a what? Spirit. Is that power that they can say that one say, you can speak these words while doing this act. So the act cannot what? Heal. But the words used, given to you by a person giving you that medicine, it what? It what heals.
Thank you very much. I have a Kasiru who is a healer. So he does not use any words, but he heals. So that aspect of saying it is the word that heals is not entirely right. But also, emisambwa, you are right. Emisambwa tulinawo emitonde ne emizale. Tulina emisambwa emirangira egy'okumazzi n'egy'okulukalu. But all these depend on where you come from. Abarangira to us are special. And they have their views. Naye abalangira tebamanyi byabakopi. Nze ndi mukopi. Era waliwo wesikkiriziganya naawe olw'okuba nze ndi more exposed ku bakopi wadde ate abalangira mbabeeramu mbakoppako nnyo naye ate mmwe temukoppa kuffe. Kati obulangira bwammwe bw'otobukolerera busobola okukubuza. So actually there is a lot you know as balangira, but that's not all. There is a lot to know. Thank you.
Okay, so the lady in green at the back, your hand has really suffered. Take the mic as we slowly return to the front, and I'm going to allow, my God. Guys, I wish you were in my situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, MC, for giving me that favor. I really appreciate. I'm Elizabeth Kebirunj. I work for National Planning Authority, and we are now going into National NDP 4, where we are saying tenfold growth. So with this traditional medicine and with development, whereby we are even cutting the trees of the spiritual leaders, what is your take with the population growth is moving on, so it needs good infrastructure to cut down the trees? How are we conserving these herbals, both the weeds, the big trees, and how are we trying to make sure that we contribute to the economy of the country? And secondly, I would like to know how most people like me, I normally give medicine to women to have enough breast milk when they have given birth. But when I tell someone, this is the medicine, go and do it through the phone, the mother will not get breast milk. What is that? Thank you.
Mindset.
Thank you very much. In fact, this Spire, thank you very much for getting me here, because the National Planning Authority is a very important authority to understand our value and understand the value of spirituality. And I don't know to what extent within the planning they engage cultural and spiritual experts. I don't know, but at least they are here. They will put it in some perspectives. The other aspect is that healing is beyond the plant. That's true. But the plant has its role as well. When combined, okuwa omukisa ogwonya ne plant to give it, you effect the healing. And that explains your submission actually supports my initial submission that the plant, much as it has the phytochemical compounds that could be responsible, it has other energy levels that are responsible for some other aspects. Your energy that goes with that plant can lead to activating the lactative cells to produce milk more. So that energy, we don't know how it works, but practically we see it. Nti okugamba nti kino kiwonya n'enkikubuulira kisobola obutakola. Naye ate bwe nkugamba nti kati nga oli omukyala n'angamba nti kati nkukwatiddeko genda owonye, the plants that I touch will have that healing power. So there is a lot of science to be studied there, which currently we are oblivious about, we don't know, but it doesn't mean it is not there. But when we highlight such talks, if we have more, we might get interested students. I'm willing to supervise students in spirituality, in cultural aspects, whether they are doing masters or PhDs. I'm willing to partly co-supervise them. And it is then that we shall actually start developing. We need you intellectuals in this system. One, we shall run the risk of misrepresenting it, but at least you will have presented something you have understood. Slowly, we shall improve. So the answer to that, I actually don't know, but we need the planning authority to be part of us or to engage us where we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that engagement. There are some people who put up hands and they kind of gave up. My heart is looking at you. But we will soon do our best to conclude. This side had a number of hands, and I would like to give them a chance. Psychologists have not forgotten. I know you're coming, and yes, you, sir, you should also get an opportunity. But so one, two, the two of you. Then I'll see if it's possible to get one more from up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mabel Ambasize Gift. I'd like, for instance, if two people now decide to use the powers wrongly, do they differ? For example, we've heard of instances where people say, so do these energies differ, the powers of these people that use the power wrongly?
Yes, the difference exists because when you are if you pick a stone in Uganda and you are going to use it wrongly, and somebody picks it from Sudan, it is easier for me to reverse the one in Uganda because I have an inclination towards the stones in Uganda, but I don't have that inclination towards the stones in it. So I will fail to actually do it well, unless I do a mikago. We have, in spirituality,
omukago is very important. So if my ancestors, I have those who ever traveled to Sudan, and I engage that one, then I can access the Sudan stone and be able to know what actually was done and how to reverse it. So before you reverse anything, you must know how it's done, or you must get a clue in knowing what was done, and the spirits can tell you.
Okay, thank you. So ask, and there after you, I'll have these two, then we'll see if we can slowly bring this to an end. Please bear with me. It's tough here. Yes, please.
Greetings and love to one and all. My question was mostly, my question is on language, but I feel like you've already given me an answer due to the mere fact that you could not explain some things in English. You would have to use Luganda. So my question was, what is the significance of language in all this? As I'm young, in my young studies of language and traditionality and spirituality, I've come to realize that language plays a very significant role. Yeah, I will say Ngenda Musabo, you'll say you're going to the church. We are more or less saying the same thing, but mine has been demonized. So what is the significance of language? How far, like, there is a very big role that language is playing right now, and I feel like it's something we should explore and see. It will take us back to what we are talking about right now. Simply put, the significance of language to you. That's my question.
Thank you for that question. Now, language, let us look at generations. The language I speak and the language the entity I'm engaging used to speak, and I want it to understand. For example, ekintu kizze ne kikwambala, ekirwadde kizze ne kikwambala, njagala okyambulula kuba kyakwambadde, njagala okikola ki, okyambulula. The English equivalent will be difficult, but the entity I'm talking to, the spirit, okwambulula ekutegeera. So kyakwambadde and it is making you sick, era bwe tukyambulula, immediately you become okay. Abadde omulalu, alabika ng'omulalu, bwe tukimwambulula, he wakes up and say, ndi ludda wa? So kyabadde kimwambadde buwambazi, eddalu tebyabadde biological. Naye ate bwe liba nga lyabadde biological, there is what we call a repetitive repetitive maladaptive psychoneural manifestations. It is repetitive maladaptive psychoneural manifestations. This is when, for example, a lady was raped in infancy, at childhood or something like that. There was torture and trauma that preceded, that went along. That one has a repetition within her that is maladapted to. So when that child sees a man, that maladaptive, repetitive maladaptive psychoneural manifestation comes up. Ulaba omusajja, hate. So we cannot easily give medicines to intercept that process. Repetitive, maladaptive, psychoneural manifestation. But a ritual can. A ritual can intercept that process because there is a circuit that is really there. Now, during that circuit, we expose possibly that young girl to drumming. In the process, men are the ones drumming. Men are the ones singing. Men are the ones even dancing, enjoying in dancing. So the maladaptiveness in the psychoneural pathway is being intercepted at that level. So the maladaptive process is now intercepted with music. She's seeing a man in music and all of that. So when we expose her to a lot of those interceptive forces at various frequencies, because Nadal Ensansi has different frequencies of sounds at the same time. In Ngoma, it's not as the frequencies, all of them, it is difficult emulating incense, sound incense. Erafe incense has a lot of value. So that frequencies in incense is intercepting, is interrupting the flow, the maladaptive flow in that girl. When you do it over time, then that fear for men changes. That maladaptive psychoneural flow changes. So at the end of it, okube ensansi at that frequency. So, and all that kugenderako ebigambo. And the body is sensitive. The body is a very intelligent body other than the brain. The body starts assimilating those sounds at a neural level, a neurosynaptic level. These other psychologists know. At a neurosynaptic level, the inflow of firing is intercepted, is oriented differently, and at the end of it, you can change the flow. But a medicine to do it might not do it as good as. But the words that flow are important. Local language becomes very important for the spirits we are engaging. English might not. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that Dr. Ssekagya has had a long afternoon, but I know that we could try. And I'm so sorry, I'm not going to be able to pick so many of us anymore. Please reach out to him. Please get the contact. Is it here? Yes, please do that. Otherwise, it becomes so difficult to manage. So allow me ask Madame Tusaba and the gentleman after her, you take up the mic. And Doctor, kindly take note of that. Please, I want you to speak to them together, one after the other. So I'd like that they both ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please keep it short, psychologist.
Yes, yeah, it's a comment. It's not like a question. It's a comment. I want to thank Dr. Ssekagya and Dr. Ssentongo for presenting this wonderful discussion, because the way to go is understanding traditional spirituality. And when we think about decolonizing Africans, we need to think so much about understanding traditional spirituality. And personally, I happen to be a survivor of spiritual harassment, and I failed to get treatment or successful treatment from the scientific approach and even the religious sector, and I resorted to searching traditional healing. And in that process, I devoted time to actually explore it. But what I found was that getting to a genuine traditional healer to give you the healing is not something that is very simple. And you have to put in a lot of time, put in a lot of money for you to be able to get something out of it. But fortunately, the time I fall sick, I had money and I had a lot of things to sell and really go for this treatment. And it ended up like a research where I discovered many things in the traditional spiritual healing. But the way Ssekagya has presented this is very, very similar to what I found that many of the traditional healers who offer these spiritual treatments do not explain much about what they are doing, and they don't make you understand actually what you are going through. But later on I discovered that even themselves, they may not be understanding what they are administering. And it was just a chance to come across somebody, a spiritualist, who was able to explain to me exactly what he was doing and how my healing was taking place. And I got the feeling, or a strong feeling, that people need to understand traditional spirituality in its totality for the healing purposes to happen. And what I've come to believe, or what I've been able to understand, is that when you want to understand traditional spirituality, traditional spirituality and religious spirituality actually have the same framework. If you are to understand them, you've got to start with understanding that God is a supreme spirit that has created all the living and non-living things, all the invisible and the visible ones. And then you also go deep to understand the invisible structure of God, because this is where spirituality lies, and this is what healing would happen. Because God as a creator has had this, system where there are spirits that are angels. It's a hierarchy where you have angels. Here in our local language, we call them Misambwa. And then he has a group of ghosts. Those are what we call Mizimu. And then the warrior spirits, which have been named Mayembe. So, if you want to get the healing in its totality, then you've got to understand something to do with connecting with Misambwa, and those are the angels. And I got a blessing from this man, because I was able to understand that we even have 4 types of angels, and one particular angel that was very instrumental in our lives is that which guides us as people. And that is where all the energy Dr. Ssekagya you were talking about rotates about. That when you understand these guardian angels and you are able to connect well with them, then it becomes very easy for you to heal. Because what he told me was that ancestral spirits must work under the influence of the Misambwa or the angels. So when ancestral spirits go to work separately, there's a lot of chaos that happens. And that's why you find that things, traditional healing is mixed up and not properly understood because people are not connecting properly to the supreme, angels that should be guiding this process. So what do I want to say? What I want to say is that as we are looking at traditional spirituality, I think we need to be very keen in making it so clear that people can understand it and use it in their daily life, because it is a reality. It's where healing can take place. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. And now at the back behind you, sir, and that will be our last guide. It's too much. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I am called Geoffrey Senoga from Uganda Christian University. I'm also a veteran journalist. I'm so happy to have this symposium here at Makerere, which is more known for political science talks and whatever. But we have one of this nature, especially bringing down very complex spiritual and philosophical things to our level. Because first thing, you think that Dr. Yahaya Ssekagya is going to come with smoke coming out of his nose and fire spitting, but he's talked very eloquently in the white man's language, and I think everybody felt that he's part of them. So my question is this, that we hear, and especially with our musicians, on that, the expression "okukka mu nyanja," that you go there, you get wealth. And especially for our lake here, the Victoria, called Narubale. Is that our equivalent of Mount Olympus for the Greeks, where all the spirits are? Is there a residence for these spirits, especially geographically in our place? The other one is this affinity for material things of these spirits. Bring me this, and especially alcohol. That more so, isn't that what makes it expensive? Because she just said it's not a cheap thing, and going to engage with a spiritual media man. We often hear Sente zaamu weddeko, because they have gone in kusamira, and that's one thing people have been known for. Whereas when you go there and they pray for you, it's easy, you have hardly spent much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The parental heart in me goes out to my student.
Let me first address this, and
yes.
then
So
comes
that
in.
is the very, you asked and really begged, so that is the last one. I will later give one. The last one is online. Dr. Sempebo is Patriot Sempebwa, get ready, because you've also stayed with your hand up till now, and then we'll bring this to an end.
Okukka mu nyanja, I have no knowledge about it at all. I'm very, very ignorant. So I'll not give a comment. Then, affinity to material things. The concept of affinity, if I understand it well, you see, connectivity can be influenced and potentiated. For example, the spirit in Daula utilizes more of honey than alcohol. At times, it uses omubisi omusogolerewo. So none of those is very expensive. But possibly the people engaged can also be extortive. They can extort. But the spirit per se, their requirements might not be that expensive. But you also cannot deny it when, for example, if my ancestral spirit used to provide a vijulo, and that ancestral spirit, for me to engage it, it is better, it will be very comfortable when I facilitate a chijulo. And in this chijulo, chijulo is a communal meal. A communal meal means nearly all living things benefit. Because when you provide a chijulo, the people eat, their spirits feed on them. At the end of it, obukunkumuka, or things you put in the garden, insects come, they eat a little, so the spirits of the insects are also happy. Then birds come to feed on these insects because the insects have accumulated. So the spirits of the birds feel happy. Then reptiles also come, things like that. At the end of it, nearly all animals, their spirituality are engaged. And at the end of it, what is left rots and goes to the soil. And the spirit of the plants also benefit. When you get the plant, for example, and you soak it in alcohol or ethanol to around 75% or 80 or 90% alcohol in a light, tight container for more than 40 days, depending, we are able to separate the spirit of the plant from its soul and the residue. So we can now engage the spirit of the plant, the soul of the plant, or the material, the phytochemical compounds in the plant, to address the soul ailment in a human being, or the spiritual dilemmas in a human being. So in that way, that process becomes actually very scientific in the separation. And that's the principle of alchemy. Alchemy as a branch of medicine, alchemy, that's the principle they are using. But for us, they can explain it that way in alchemic medicine. For us, traditional medicine, we don't explain it that way, but the fermentation we use, and the process of getting a mandre and using it in extraction, we also use it. We lack the scientific explanation, but medicine don't work because you have explained it well. No. Medicines work because they work, not because they are well explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very brief, just go to the point.
My name is Nasasa Kevin, the 90th Jarasi of School of Liberal and Performing Arts. First of all, I would thank our school for preparing this wonderful public dialogue. Then my question goes to methods and standards, maybe like scientific methods, because in the academia we have scientific methods that really cut across different disciplines that help us to explore more and learn more. In instances where we have different originalities or different traditions, for example, I'm a Mchiga, and I would feel it wrong to start exploring my ancestral origins from the Baganda perspective. Because one thing we can acknowledge is that one tribe that has continuously explored that area best, maybe I'm using maybe because I may be wrong about it, it's the Baganda. So as we continue as an institute to support different healers to explore their spirituality, are there standard methods that we give these people as tools to explore more? Because I feel like there are different spirits. The same spirits that I may encounter back home are not the same spirits that are not in this region. So as people who continue to probe in this field, aren't
good book of decolonizing research methodologies. I don't know the writer, but it really gives a lot of good information on the approach of decolonizing. But even then, that one, the suggested approaches of decolonizing methodologies might not be appropriate for our spirituality. But, as you have rightly put it, we could use this as a beginning. I used the galaxy outlay, which portrayed what I wanted, and it's not very new, but the particularities of it are new to me. At least the way I formulated it, but it can be emulated. For me, I know spirits are given different names depending on our cultures, but they are almost the same. Because when I visit different parts of the different continents, my spirituality stands out, and I'm able to really interact with their spirits and advise. And they get surprised how I came to know, because spirituality is universal. When you have the ability to tap in, you can actually tap in, irrespective of where we are. Finally, we have, I told you about traditional medicine in transition as a project we are undertaking. We have looked at, and I'm heading a subsection on social and cultural aspects of traditional medicine healing, and I have used that opportunity to travel in all regions of the country. In Chigezi, they have spiritualists. When we visited, we could see spiritualists really engaging with them. People just fear to say. People are there. And in this project, we are with the University of Zurich, and with the Zurich we had an exchange, and we visited Switzerland. We visited one of the good pharmaceutical company. The owner is a spiritualist, and when they requested him that we visit he's a herbalist, and he has good herbal pharmacy in Switzerland. When we got an appointment to visit him, he consulted his spirituality. He was informed on who are coming. When he came himself, he's a billionaire, he came to pick us from the train station. If those who know him were surprised, say, how could he come himself? But when he came, interacted with us, and he said, I dreamt about you, and I was told to pick you. So the other people from Zurich said, you dreamt about him? Yes. This is how he was dressed. And he took us to his forest. He said, I cannot take you to the factory before we go to the forest. And the interaction was really rich. We shared a lot in spirituality. So spirituality is there. Even in Switzerland, abantu balina empewo zaabwe.
Okay, finally, Dr. Yahaya, what happens to traditional healers and spiritualists who are sent to mental hospitals because people are ignorant about their gifts? That's a question from one of us.
I don't know what happens to many others, but I will relate to what happened to me. When I was in about primary, when I was a child, I started healing when I was about 7 years. I could know your problem and give you medicine. And you could get better. So people started coming to me, Gabanonya Musau, our car. That's when even my parents came to really understand. But when I was in about primary 6 there, I could hear voices, sounds, images, could see images, talking to me. And I could respond verbally. So, to people around me, that was madness.
I was taken to Butabika Hospital. And I stayed there for a period I cannot easily tell. But what I remember, I dreamt my mother when I slept the first night. I dreamt my mother coming with granuts, roasted granuts, and somebody within the dream told me what to do with the granuts in order not to swallow the medicine. I took it light. The following day, my mother came to visit me with granuts. So, for her, she didn't know what my dream was, but she came with granuts. And there, I knew what to do. What I knew what to do was, I would get the granuts, do like this, get off the roasted granuts, get off the outer layer, break it into two, open it into two. They looked like tablets. They looked like tablets. So, and I was told within a dream what to do. So I would get the medicine, put it here. No, initially I would get when I know they are coming to give me medicine, I would get my tablets and put it in the arm. It was the left arm. I put it here. Then the nurse would come and give me, because they have to monitor you taking the medicine. So they would come and give me the tablets here. Then she does this to give me the water. I hold the tablets here. They give me the water. I hold it with the same hand and swallow the granuts. And I tell you, they never noticed that throughout my stay in Butabika. And then, when it was about time to be discharged, I was told, you will be discharged, in a dream, you will be discharged the third day from now. I got excited, and I went to my doctor, and I told him, you know what? You're going to discharge me on the third day. He got bothered and said, the boy has become worse. And indeed, he got bothered. That's when he called in, I don't know who he was, but for me, on the third day, during ward round, a certain short man with glasses came in. He had a coat longer than, quite long. He came in and he was very happy with me, came in, we interacted, he asked me this, that. He was my friend indeed. He went to the ward round, I went with him. First of all, we got tea. So we got tea together. He went to ward round, I went with him, discussing this, asking me this about my parents, about this. He asked me so many questions. I didn't know I was under evaluation. But for me, I saw a friend, an old man friend. So I talked very well and answered every question. And then he asked me how I am finding medicine. Because he was a friend, I told him the trick. I didn't know he was a doctor, because he wasn't even in a clinical court. So I told him, no, for me, I don't take the medicine. I explained everything and said, have you taken the medicine for today? He said, no, I haven't. Because then he called in the nurse. He said, you show me how you do. Did you move with your granules? I said, yes. Every morning I wake up, I have to be with those. There were always two. So he said, okay, you show me. He called in the nurse. The nurse came. And I did exactly. And the nurse went out without knowing that I did not take the medicine. And then he said, now, where is the medicine? I said, no, I have it in the socks. I had put it in the socks within my pillow. Bring it. I went, I brought it, innocent as I was. And to him, I didn't take the medicine and I got better. For me, I matured while I was in isolation. Indeed, that isolation helped me because I was sleeping alone as a child. But that one helped me to mature, to develop my spirituality without interference. At home, when I get somebody talking to me or a voice, I go and talk to them. But now I had nobody to talk to. At the end of it, I was told, don't talk whatever you see or hear. And that's a principle I took. And from that day, from Butabika Hospital, I don't talk whatever I see and hear.
Okay, thank you very much. Please make the clap more resounding. Ladies and gentlemen, what has just happened since we started is a conversation, and you can tell that in Africa, that is also part of our wealth. We need to talk more. We need to have more conversations. I would like to request that whoever has a question, including the one I had received, I request that you kindly meet Dr. Ssekagya, because it will give us he will feel compelled to answer, and we need to bring this to a close, yeah? I would like to say thank you so much to you for participating very actively. The online audience, we couldn't manage you so well because you're too many, so much to say. And allow me recognize the presence of the Deputy Principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Yeah, you're welcome, Prof, and thank you for joining the conversation. That's Associate Professor Eric Awich Ochen, and we are pleased that you could make time to be with us. At this moment, I would like to once again thank Dr. Yahaya Ssekagya for the very many questions you've been able to answer, and the people online, I couldn't afford them more time. We feel sorry, but we have shared with them your contact. We hope that you can answer them when they inbox you. Allow me at this moment request Dr. Spire Jimmy Ssentongo to come and just make a statement, and thereafter I'll request the Dean to invite the Principal, who is online, Professor Helen Nkabala, to make the very closing remarks. We are glad she could stay online and be with us. Dr. Spire, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, something miraculous has just happened. I was intending, and I see how you're opening your eyes wide as if you expect a miracle. But I was intending to mention the name Augustine. And when I opened my WhatsApp, the first name I saw was Augustine. I hope you're not doing something. Yeah, but just to note another speech. St. Augustine, it said that one time he was at the seashore and he met a young boy trying to empty the sea into a small hole, collecting water from the sea into a hole. And then Augustine asked him, or told him, "You boy, you're stupid. You think you can empty the entire sea into that small hole?" And then the boy also responded that you're also stupid. You think you can get the entire idea of God and put it in that small head of yours? And that after that, the boy disappeared. So he said it was an angel. The reason I tell this story is that we always want to imagine that we know the world so well. But we fail to acknowledge that the world is so complex. There are more things than we can ever know. What we are able to know is just a glimpse of it, and it takes a lot of humility for us to accept that we know too little of it. The philosopher Socrates was asked why so many people considered him to be the wisest man in Greece. And the answer he gave was that, I think many people think I'm the wisest man because I know that I don't know. When you know that you don't know, you keep seeking for more knowledge. So ever since we sent out the flyer for this event, I could see some people talking with a lot of ignorance, or witchcraft, we are promoting witchcraft in the university, but it clearly showed the work that we have to do. And I think it starts with us in the academia, because we have partly contributed in reinforcing these attitudes, these mindsets that are standing in the way, in our way of understanding our world better. And that's why others are controlling us. We don't necessarily have to agree with something in order to understand it. My idea when it comes to knowledge is collect as much as possible and pick what to use. You have very limited choice when you know little. So understand even what you might not use, but then you can select. I don't have to agree with what Dr. Ssekagya is saying for me to invite him for a conversation. I don't even have to take what he's saying, but the idea itself that we can meet to talk, that we can agree and disagree on certain things, and maybe learn one or two things, I think that's the most important. One of the reasons why there is so much exploitation in the field of herbal medicine, in the field of African spirituality, is because we have kept it undercover. It's because we have swept it under the carpet. So even opportunists are taking advantage to exploit people. But we see this psychological manipulation happening not only in the field of traditional spirituality, but even in churches. We exploit the desperation of our people by manipulating some of these ideas at times to make them too mystical, yet we can meet and talk. The more people talk about these things, the more they understand, and the better they are, they're in a better position to choose whether to believe this or not, and the larger or the wider our freedom to choose, I think the more equipped we are with what to work with for a better world. There is a lot in this conversation, in African spirituality, herbal medicine, witchcraft as well, that can be useful, but we can't know it without conversation. When you looked at the image, when I first put up the banner with the image of Dr. Ssekagya and me, some people simply looked at the garment he's wearing and they said, now he's bringing witches to the university. Which is the general approach we use when we are approaching things we don't understand. We tend to profile on the basis of what we know. But when you profile a person, you have already limited your ability to understand them. I think now, after listening to Dr. Ssekagya, many of you could be ashamed of the attitudes you had when you just looked at the picture and formed a conclusion. Perhaps those who are out who had that bias. It is those biases that block us from knowing. The garment has very little to do with what one knows and what we can learn from them. When he mentions, when the dean read out his profile, many of us looked shocked. Oh, he even has a PhD, or even studied law, or even studied public health, because we have boxed him on the basis of what is already in our minds, and that's how we want to know him. And that means you have built a wall which cannot allow you to understand more. So I'm really happy that for those who are here, those who are online, we have stayed on this long. We started at 2. It's coming to 7. And people are still seated. Some show no sign of wanting to leave. I think that is a very good indicator that despite of all the resistance, despite of all those forces of fundamentalism, I call it religious fundamentalism, those who don't want to listen to those they don't agree with, Despite of all that, there are people who are willing to know more, who are willing to listen, and I think that is a good sign for our progress. Now, we know that there is a lot around the politics of knowledge. Knowledge is a political thing. Someone who doesn't want you to understand and use something will find a way of demonizing it. By demonizing it, they have made sure you'll not study it. I don't know how much of this we teach in universities. When, as academics, we are talking, these are some of the things we put in a category, just as you hear when he was talking about how traditional medicine is treated. It's called alternative or complementary medicine. That language is not innocent. It has already created the main, the authentic, and the alternative. You could as well use that, but ideally you're supposed to use this. And we keep building these binaries which are very detrimental to understanding, to knowledge. Knowledge is not in the compartments in which we put it at university, where we create the departments, philosophy for convenience, philosophy, medicine, psychology, sociology. In actual sense, you notice during this conversation that we are interspersing almost everywhere. We go into engineering, software, then we go to sociology, philosophy, psychology, and that is the nature of the world. You can't understand it from one angle. That is why those who keep saying the arts are not science, it is humanities. We need so many approaches, and therefore we need to understand each other. We need to understand the politics of knowledge that determines which knowledge is put at the center, which one is put at the periphery. We need to understand the role of pharmaceuticals, for example, and why they wouldn't want us to discuss this. There is a big fight for people like Dr. Ssekagya not to talk about these things, because this is business. And as business, someone has to protect their territory. I would want to end by thanking once again, starting with a very patient audience, physical, online. I'm told online still we have multitudes of people. From the very beginning, they were in thousands and they are still there. I really appreciate that, both as a gesture to understanding, a gesture of the yearning to know, but also the solidarity in doing this. I appreciate Dr. Ssekagya. When I reached out to him, I still had this feeling that maybe he could refuse. But one thing I've learned about him, he's a very humble man, the humility. I'm always moved by humility. I love people who are humble. And it's one of the signs that one has matured in knowledge. One is educated. The more you know, the more knowledge humbles you. If you see someone is so arrogant, it's one of the signs that they are ignorant. But knowledge tends to humble you, because the more you discover, the more it shows you that you know so little. So thanks for the humility, Dr. Ssekagya. Thanks for taking all this time. You've not even taken any drop of water. I don't know whether the spirit stopped you, but you patiently sat in and answered all the questions asked without complaining. I thank the college, our principal who is online, Professor Nkavala, and the deputy principal, Professor Witch, for all the support towards the organization of this event. The Dean, Dr. Pamela, thank you so much for the support, and the head of department in absentia. Our wonderful MC, Dr. Mbabazi Christine from Religious Studies. Yes, thank you so much. One gentleman I wanted to appreciate who is out, Amati, but I think he has left. He has really been very, Amati, could you please stand for recognition? Yeah, Amati has been very instrumental in having all this put in place. Yeah, thank you, and he doesn't refuse anything you ask him to do. The live streaming team led by Dr. Mayende from Iodel, thank you so much for having all these online For really facilitating this wonderful conversation. And Madame Anyango, our PRO, she has done a lot in putting information out there. Maybe some of you got to know it from her. And the entire team you have been working with, please, thank you so much. I just felt I should do this personally, although I know the principal would as well add, but I reached out to many of these people individually, and they have been very helpful. And lastly, although not least, I thank management of the university. Yes, thank you so much. I don't know why you're laughing, but I'm wholeheartedly and honestly thanking them. Yeah, we keep learning. Maybe next time better. So now I want to invite Dr. Kanakwa to invite the principal. Thank you so much.
Wow. We've been sitting for the last 6 hours, and probably more for those who came early. Thank you very much for your patience, our audience. We don't take you for granted. Learning never stops, and I trust that we've learned a lot this afternoon. Dr. Spire, I don't really have much to say other than to say thank you very much for bringing us Dr. Ssekagya. Dr. Ssekagya, we are very, very honored to host you today. And we hope that this conversation can continue, that you could see the hands that were up when people wanted to ask questions and were not given an opportunity. So we are running really, really late, and my task here now is very simple, to invite our principal who is online, Professor Helen Nambali Rankavala, who is in Italy, and I think she's been standing in a cold corner somewhere, waiting to say a word to us as we close this session. Professor Helen, may I hear your voice?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm very sure, yes.
We hear you loud and clear. You're welcome.
Okay. Friends, it's been a very big honor to host you as the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. I must admit that when Dr. Spire told me the dialogues are going to start with this one, I kept asking him, have we advertised enough? Today, Dr. Spire, you've proved
Prof, you are muted.
As the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, we are delighted to have hosted you, Dr. Ssekagya, and I want to congratulate you, Dr. Ssentongo Spire. Thank you so much for bringing this to bear. This is the very reason the college exists, and at the beginning, when my dean was speaking, the dean of the School of Liberal and Performing Arts and the head of department, they emphasized one thing, and that is the fact that we are not afraid of speaking about the major things that many are very afraid of talking about. Today, you have proved that as humanities and social sciences, part of our critical engagement is to broaden perspectives and understanding. I am very confident that those who have attended this conversation have broadened their perspectives. They have got global awareness, and their understanding of human behavior has been taken to another level. I'm also delighted because today we have addressed complex issues. Thank you, Dr. Ssekagya, for bringing the science into the cultural perspectives, into spirituality, because the complex matters have indeed been unraveled. And I'm very sure that this is inspiring creativity and innovation. Hence, moving forward, I have seen many telling us to start the degree in spirituality, and BFT said he's ready to teach electromagnetics. This shows that the conversation we have had has really inspired people, and they are becoming more innovative than they would have wanted. Thank you for the open insights, and thank you for taking us through this journey. I want to really thank all the people, all the Choose family, the communications. Dr. Ssentongo has mentioned you individually, and indeed management, as Dr. Spire has said, thank you for according us this space. And we can invite you already that just watch the space for the next dialogue that we have. As the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, we continue to desire to be relevant to our communities. And as I pen off right now, I would like to invite my deputy principal, who is there physically, to give a physical touch for you to understand what we feel as a college for having hosted you. Thank you very much, and always welcome. Professor Witch, you can say the last 3 words so that we can close the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear principal, Professor Ellen Nambalirwa Nkabala. Thank you for joining us from about 5,000 kilometers away, and send our greetings to those people as well. Dear colleagues, I think this is one of the few, should I use the word symposium, as somebody said, that I've seen people stay up to the end, still glued to their seats, and still very interested in learning more about these issues. As my principal indicated, the College of Humanities and Social Sciences is a very unique college within the university. It is the college that actually glues together the entire Makerere University. They call us the soul of the university, but as you've seen, we have departments and colleagues, scholars, who are not afraid to engage with difficult subjects. The moderator here, my dear sister, Dr. Christine Mbabazi Impyango, did a very good job. She's from the Department of Religion and Peace Studies. And my colleague here, who was having a very interesting conversation with Dr. Ssekagya, Dr. Jimmy Spire Ssentongo, is from the Department of Philosophy. My dean on my extreme left, Dr. Pamela Kanakwa, is from the Department of History, Archaeology, and Heritage Studies. And we have many other departments. Choose, as some of you may not know, is the biggest college in the university with 15 departments. And it encompasses all these areas of specialty, of knowledge, of engagement, of academic discourses, languages, social sciences, liberal and performing arts. This afternoon, Professor Buyinza, who is our academic registrar and also the acting deputy vice chancellor for finance and administration, called me and told me, Professor Witch, I want you to move to the unipod down there at CTF2 and meet a professor from Botswana University. She's interested in having an engagement with the college. When I moved there and met the lady, she was very excited in talking to me. She's a white professor from UCL, which is University College London, but she's in Botswana, she told me, for the next 5 years to handle a program. And she told me her area of interest for the next 5 years is going to be on how the humanities and social sciences can work together with STEM, the science field of STEM, in addressing issues of knowledge generation, issues around truth, and all this kind of thing. So our interest is in bringing together these two. And she told me, I hope you guys have a very strong department of performing arts as well, because I want to see how I can bring in the culture and the arts. Indeed, I said, yes, we actually do. So we'll be waiting to hear from her in terms of how we can move forward. Yeah, so at the end of the day, when we look at the human existence, as Dr. Jimmy said, it is very, very complex. I think many of you have heard about the space telescope. I think it is called Herbal. I'm told it has worked for about 30 years, but I understand they are trying to put a new telescope. But what I learned recently is that even what the telescope is telling us, which of course is showing us a lot of space, is less than maybe 1% of what is out there. So as Jimmy actually said, that life and the human experience is very, very complex. I mean, we don't know so much about the universe. And it was so humbling for me as well to hear the very interesting statement that my colleague Jimmy said, that the more you know, the more knowledge humbles you. I think some of you are meeting Jimmy Spire Ssentongo for the first time, and probably you were amazed at how simple and humble he is when you compare him to the very interesting cartoons and the writings which are out there. He is actually a man of many things. In the next few days or even weeks, he's going to be exhibiting, or they're going to be exhibiting some of his work. He's here having conversation. And one of the difficult things for us as human beings is showing or accepting to be humble. So I think many of us have learned a lot of things today, and I think this is also very good to our students especially. So without saying much now, I'm also a humble person. I've also been humbled by this engagement. I want to thank you again for coming, and as my principal said, keep watching for the next engagement. I want to thank you in all your distinguished capacities. Thank you for creating time, both you who are here physically and those that are with us online. Thank you very much. Should I close now? Should I close? Should I close? Okay, so with much humility. Yes, can I?
I think we can proceed to close by thanking the MC, the choice from Religion and Peace Studies by an expert of the science of religion was the best choice that could ever happen for this symposium. Thank you so much. Thank you, Team Online. And we take the pleasure and honor to close this dialogue. Thank you.
And a very big thank you again to you, our student. Thank you for being patient, and thank you for coming to learn. Keep questing for more knowledge. Thank you.
Just type in that. Yes, it's different.